Chapter 1 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. The Explosion. I don't think it's fair. Laura Jordan tossed her blonde head and cast a sidelong glance upon the girl at her elbow. Billie Bradley chuckled and opened another letter. Her second. "Girls, you will never guess whom this is from," she cried. "I'm not sure that I care to try," said Laura, still aggrieved. "The mail brings you 3 letters and not one to Vi or me. I repeat, it isn't fair." "I'll speak to the postal authorities about it," promised Billie with a giggle. "Meanwhile, if you really don't care to know who is writing to me—" "Tell me, Billie," coaxed Violet Farrington, the third of the young trio. "Don't listen to Laura. She's a barking dog, you know, that doesn't bite." "Thanks so much," retorted Laura, with another toss of her head. "If being insulted day and night by those who call themselves friends is good for the soul, then I should be a regular Moses by this time." "You may be a Moses, but you'll never be meek," laughed Vi Farrington. "If you really want to hear about my letter, say so," Billie Bradley interjected, "because if you don't, back into my pocket it goes." "Tell us about your mysterious correspondent, Billie darling," said Vi, with exaggerated sweetness. "I'll see that Laura does not interrupt again." "The letter is from Huldah," began Billie, then swiftly corrected herself. "I should say Myra Bossonet. She and her mother are traveling in Europe." Laura and Vi were instantly and genuinely interested. It was during the previous summer that they had met the girl, first known to them as Huldah, the ward of drunken Jerry Bullock, later to become, like Cinderella of fairy lore, the long-lost and dearly loved daughter of the famous and successful artist, Myra Bossonet. Since Billie Bradley and her 2 closest friends, Laura Jordan and Vi Farrington, had been largely instrumental in bringing about this magic transformation, they felt a natural and distinctly possessive interest in their modern Cinderella. "Huldah in Europe," murmured Vi. "Traveling deluxe, I suppose," Laura added. "With beautiful clothes and servants to wait upon her and every other little thing her heart desires. What a change from the beaten, starved drudge we first knew." "What a beautiful change," agreed Billie softly. "Sometimes I think our vacation at Twin Lakes last summer was the very nicest we've ever had." "Couldn't have been much nicer," agreed Laura. "And the finish of it was the best of all," Vi added. For a few moments the girls were silent, reviewing the interesting, dramatic events of that previous summer, wondering, half wistfully, if they would ever have another adventure so full of excitement and thrill. These 3 close chums were at school at Three Towers Hall on Lake Mulata once more, with studies, an occasional stolen party in the dormitory, and at still more infrequent intervals a dance in the gymnasium to which the boys from the academy, situated on the same lake, could be invited. The winter had passed swiftly and pleasantly. Now spring was upon them again, with its promise of another vacation. In proof that she was still thinking of Billie's European letter, Laura Jordan said abruptly, "What else did Huldah, I should say Myra, have to tell you, Billie? Is she doing anything with her art?" For answer, Billie Bradley drew a small oblong bit of pasteboard from the envelope and handed it to her. Vi shifted her position until she could see over Laura's shoulder. "A picture!" cried Laura delightedly. "Oh, pretty!" It was a pen-and-ink sketch of a church in Paris, hastily done, a bit crude, frankly unfinished, but showing promise of remarkable talent. "She says her mother has procured a famous French teacher for her," Billie said, "one who prefers to live in an attic, and has a huge, bare studio filled with all sorts of interesting things. She says, and you know how modest Myra is, that she thinks she is making progress." "A fairy story come to life," marveled Vi Farrington. "I shouldn't wonder if we should live to see Myra more famous than her mother." "Which brings us back to a discussion we were having earlier in the day," Laura said. "And that is?" prompted Billie Bradley. "That is what we intend to do this vacation," Laura replied. "I haven't an idea," Vi confessed. and no one seems able to supply me with one." "We might go up to Twin Lakes again," Billy suggested. "Chet was saying only the other day that he and Ferd would like that." "And if you went, Billy, Teddy would be there," said Laura, who was Teddy Jordan's sister. "Paul Martinson might come up again and bring his boat," added Billy, ignoring Laura's teasing look. "What do you say, Vi?" she added, turning to the dark-haired girl. To the surprise of both Laura and Billy, Vi Farrington shook her head. "I've written to Twin Lakes," she confessed. "You never!" cried Billy. "Deceitful old thing," added Laura. "It's a wonder you wouldn't tell us." "There's nothing to tell," Vi said mournfully. "The cottage we had—" "Minnehaha and Hiawatha," murmured Laura. "Just so, but they've been sold to people who expect a summer at Twin Lakes every year." "I suppose there are other cottages along the lake we could rent," suggested Laura Jordan. "It wouldn't be the same," Billy objected. "We'd miss Huldah, I should say Myra, and all the excitement we had up there. It would be what Miss Hogarth would call an anticlimax." Miss Hogarth, being a teacher of elocution and dramatic art at Three Towers Hall, might say anything, Laura observed flippantly. "Oh, well, I suppose you are right," she added. "It wouldn't be the same. We'll have to make other plans, I suppose, and I haven't a plan in my head." "Perhaps the boys can think of something," Vi suggested hopefully. The three girls had been wandering through the woods near the shore of Lake Mulata. Now the trees thinned before them, and a glimmer of blue water twinkled through. In a moment they came out upon the shore. Moved by a common impulse, they looked across the shimmering, placid water to where Boxton Military Academy reared its impressive bulk amid the trees. Here Billie Bradley's brother, Chet, and Laura Jordan's brother, Teddy, and Ferd Stowing, a friend of the two boys, as well as of their sisters, went through the rigid military regime of the institution, glorying in its formality and its discipline, learning from day to day to hold their shoulders straighter, to face life more gallantly and with a more clearly defined purpose. They loved their school as the girls loved Three Towers Hall. Through Teddy and Chet and Ferd, the girls had come to know other boys at the academy. There was Paul Martinson, a close friend of the boys, and now a firm friend of the girls, who often made a fourth in the charmed circle. "We did have a good time last summer," stated Vi. "Remember those Saturday night dances, girls?" "Do we remember them?" cried Billy. "There was one Saturday night dance I'll never forget," she added soberly. "That was when Amanda Peabody put Grace Deming's bracelet in my pocket, and then said I did it." Laura nodded. "And I saw her from the window, the horrid old sneak. I don't see why Miss Walters let her stay at Three Towers Hall. She and her shadow are a blot on the landscape." "Two flies in the ointment," chuckled Vi. "Amanda Peabody and Eliza Dilks are like mosquitoes. They must be of some use to somebody, but no one has ever found out what. Boom! Goodness, what's that?" A deafening detonation had shattered the silence. The girls felt the ground shake beneath their feet. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bombarded. Billie Bradley looked wildly about her. "It's an earthquake," she cried. "Oh, dear, what next?" Next was a series of harsh explosions that frightened the girls badly and sent them scurrying to the trees for shelter. "What is it?" gasped Vi Farrington. Laura Jordan had a dreadful thought. "Billy," she gasped, "those explosions come from the direction of Boxton Academy." The powder house!" cried Billy, going suddenly white. "It must have blown up. Oh, there it goes again!" Another explosion, worse than any they had yet heard, burst in waves of sound against the girls' eardrums. Again the ground shook beneath their feet. Billie Bradley clasped hands to ears and began to run. "Where are you going?" wailed Vi. "Billy! Billy! Wait! You were running right toward it." "I'm going to find out about Chet and Teddy." Billy flung back at her companions over her shoulder. Her face was white, and the set of her jaw determined. "If the boys are being blown up, I intend to be—" at the death?" finished Laura. "So do I," and she began to run, stumblingly, after Billie. To those who were already acquainted with Billie Bradley and her chums through the previous volumes of this series, their actions now in running toward danger and not away from it will seem wholly natural. The daring trio had never been known to avoid danger. Since their first adventures together, those recorded in the initial volume of the series entitled Billie Bradley and Her Inheritance, the girls had faced whatever peril presented itself without flinching, bravely overriding any obstacle in the path of their ambition. In all their activities, Billie Bradley, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and full of vigor, was undisputedly the leader. It was she who had found the trunk in the attic of the old house at Cherry Corners, a trunk filled with a treasure of rare coins and valuable postage stamps. When sold, the collection brought Billie a sum of money that permitted the girl to fulfill one of her dearest ambitions. Not long after the discovery of her odd inheritance, Billie Bradley proudly enrolled as a student at Three Towers Hall. Violet Farrington and Laura Jordan entered the boarding school with Billie. Three Towers Hall was a beautiful place with its towers and ivy-covered walls. The girls loved it, and they loved the ground surrounding it. They loved the lake, beautiful Malata, with its shimmering water and its many islands, and the point at the farther end of it. Altogether, that first semester at Three Towers Hall had been a time well worth remembering. Later, the girls spent an interesting vacation on Lighthouse Island, and still later, back at Three Towers Hall again, succeeded in unraveling a mystery. The solution of this mystery brought undreamed-of happiness to a poor widow and her 3 small children. In the volume directly preceding this, entitled Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes, Billie and her chums encountered that experience already mentioned, the meeting with the mysterious drudge, Huldah, and her later identification as Myra Bassinet, the daughter of the noted artist of the same name. The girls lived, when not at Three Towers Hall, at North Bend, a town of about 20,000 inhabitants, 40 miles by rail from New York City. Billie's family was small. It consisted of her father, Martin Bradley, a dealer in real estate and insurance, her mother, a charming woman whose name was Agnes, and her brother, Chetwood, Chet for short. Laura's family was small too. Her father, Raymond Jordan, owned a controlling interest in the great jewelry factory at North Bend, and the small fortune that he made yearly was at the disposal of his wife and 2 children. As a consequence, pretty, fair-haired Laura was a little spoiled and inclined to want her own way more than was strictly good for her. Teddy Jordan, her brother, also fair-haired and blue-eyed, was a likable, manly lad and a general favorite with both boys and girls. Violet Farrington had neither brother nor sister, but she had scarcely felt the lack because of her palship with Richard Farrington, who was her father and the leading lawyer in North Bend. "Dad is like a brother, and Mother looks so young she might easily be my elder sister," Vi was wont to say. "So if I've missed anything by not having a real brother and sister, I'm sure I've never known it." Ferd Stowing, a comfortable person to have about, because of his pleasant habit of making other people comfortable, often completed the sextet of young folks. It was of these boys and of others at Boxton Academy that the girls were thinking now, as they sped toward, not from, the scene of the terrific explosions. Boom! Another detonation shook the earth. Something whizzed through the air so close above Billie Bradley's head that she gasped and flung herself flat upon the ground. They heard the object strike in the woods not far from them. There was a rending, tearing sound, and the limb of a tree struck the ground. That's what it would have done to my head," stammered Billie. She sat up cautiously and looked about her. "What was it, girls?" she asked. "Did you see?" Each of the others shook her head. Vi was trembling so that she could hardly stand. "Must have been a cannon shot," she said. "You might have been killed, Billie." "Don't I know it?" Billie got up quickly and started out over the lake. "If the boys are using that new big cannon they've got for target practice," she said, with a game, unsteady laugh, "I wish they'd turn it the other way." The words were scarcely uttered when there came several detonations at once, a deafening, nerve-destroying surge of sound that drove the girls back toward the shelter of the woods. Instantly the place was bombarded by flying missiles. Whether these were bullets or bits of hurtling rock, the girls did not know, and did not stop to find out. They dashed madly into the woods, driven by an appalling dread to find refuge, somewhere, anywhere, from the rain of death. They stumbled against a huge rock and huddled behind it. "Better than nothing," gasped Laura. "There! Something hit that time." Limbs of trees fell all about them. There was a continuous rending and tearing as though a giant tore endless bolts of cloth. A branch fell so close to the girls that points of it caught in Laura's dress and ripped it damagingly. "An inch to the left or an inch to the right, and we wouldn't be cowering here tonight," misquoted Laura, trying to disengage what was left of her skirt. "There's another," gasped Vi. She raised her arms above her head protectingly, as another limb crashed down upon the first. "My hair is caught!" Billie cried. With trembling fingers she released her hair from the grip of the branches, Vi helping her. Explosion followed explosion. The noise was deafening, terrifying. With hands pressed close over their ears, the girls crowded close to the rock, hoping that it would prove a real protection. All the time they thought, how about the boys? If the powder house at the school has blown up, what about them? Presently there was silence, a silence so intense that the girls could almost hear their heartbeats. It was an odd silence, filled for the girls with dread. "Are we all alive?" asked Laura Jordan. "I am, for one," replied Billie. Her attempt to speak in a natural tone was not an unqualified success. She looked about her and found that they were almost entirely hemmed in by fallen branches. "Prisoners!" she cried. "Well, girls, it looks as if we might have to cut our way out." "Listen!" exclaimed Laura. "I thought I heard someone call." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 from Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A Cry for Help. The three girls crouched silently against the rock, waiting for a repetition of the cry that Laura Jordan had heard, but nothing broke the deep stillness of the woods. "Guess you must have imagined it, Laura," Billie Bradley said. She struggled to her feet, fighting off the leaves and twigs of the fallen branches. A quick "shh" from Laura made her pause. There it is again. "Help!" cried a voice from somewhere deeper in the woods. "Help! Help!" "What did I tell you?" Laura scrambled to her feet and joined with Billie in trying to push back the entangling branches. "Someone must be hurt," cried Vi Farrington. "Here, girls, let me lend you a hand." "Two, if you insist," accepted Laura, "and the quicker the better." The girls had nothing but their hands with which to clear a way out of their odd prison, but the repeated cry for help lent them strength. They broke off the smaller twigs and branches and flung them aside. Then, by getting both arms under it, Billie found that she could lift the end of a larger branch. "Help me, somebody," she pleaded. "If we can get this one branch loose, I think we can climb over the others and get out that way." Laura and Vi seized the larger end. "All right, now, tug hearty, my lads," ordered Billie. The girls heaved heartily, and with all their might. The branch lifted with a crackling of leaves and twigs. The girls got it to their shoulders, balanced it there, while they took a deep breath. "Now," cried Billie. 1, 2, 3, go!" Working together, they lifted the load and flung it, crackling protest, beyond the barrier. "There!" exclaimed Billie triumphantly. "I think we can climb out now, if we're careful," she added, as she looked about her. "Poor clothes," said Laura ruefully. "They will be in rags and tatters by the time we get back to Three Towers Hall." "I hope somebody has left the side door unlocked," remarked Vi. "Amanda and Eliza Dilks will see us, if no one else does," said Billie, as she climbed gingerly over the slippery branches. "I never saw such girls for always turning up where you least expect or want them." Amanda Peabody and Eliza Dilks were students at Three Towers Hall. They were unpleasant girls, conceited, critical, and suspicious. They were unpopular with the majority of their schoolmates, although, as is usual in such cases, there were a few girls of the same type who rallied to Amanda's banner. Billie and her chums had clashed with these unpleasant girls upon several occasions, although the former had almost invariably emerged triumphant from these small conflicts, or perhaps because of this fact, Amanda's enmity for the more popular girls had steadily increased. It was impossible for Billie and her chums to know what sly tricks would be practiced upon them next. Now the cry again came from the woods. "Help!" The call was desperate and filled with panic. The girls forgot about Amanda Peabody. They forgot about torn clothes. They scrambled over the barrier of branches, unmindful of scratched hands and mutilated stockings. Once free in the woods, they looked about them wonderingly at the havoc that had been wrought by that few moments of mysterious bombardment. All about them, branches had fallen. In some places, small shrubs and bushes had been completely uprooted. Near the shores of the lake, where they had stood when the bombardment commenced, many trees had fallen, making desolate and unsightly one of the most beautiful spots along the banks of Lake Malata. After this one swift, comprehensive glance, the girls turned in the direction from which the cry for help had come. They made their way as swiftly as possible through the tangle of brushwood. Where it was thin enough, they pushed through it. Where it was too thick, they attempted to climb over it. If this failed, they circled round it. Their progress was agonizingly slow, and all the time the increased feebleness of the voice that called to them for succor emphasized the need for haste. At last, just when they were expecting each step to bring them within sight of the stricken man, the calls for help ceased. The girls stood quite still, listening. Billie called again and again in the hope of receiving an answer. There was none. "He may have fainted from pain," suggested Vi. "Or perhaps," said Laura in a low tone, "he may be—" "Don't," cried Billie quickly. "Don't say it, Laura. Come on. I think I know about where he is." But deprived of the guidance of sound, it took the girls some time to reach the author of those desperate cries for help. "There he is." Billie looked down upon the quiet, lined face of a man. The head was thrown back, and a few wisps of grizzled hair straggled across a high bronze forehead. The eyes were closed, the face completely peaceful. Arms were outstretched, palms lax, as though he had lost consciousness, still imploring aid. The lower portion of the man's body was completely hidden from view, pinned to the ground by the branches of a tree uprooted bodily from its hold upon the ground. Billie bent pityingly over the old man. She placed her hand over his heart and held it there. Vi and Laura crept to her side. "Is he dead?" asked Vi in a hushed tone. With a quick gesture of finger to lips, Billie shook her head. "No, his heart is beating all right." She straightened and looked about her. "I think there's a spring somewhere near here, isn't there, girls? Or the lake? One of you get some water while the other helps me lift this tree away." Luckily, the girls were very well acquainted with the woods in the vicinity of Three Towers Hall. There was a brook not 20 yards from where they then were. Without questioning Billie's authority, Laura darted off into the woods, waving Vi back with a gesture of her hand. "I'll go. Be back in a minute." When, after rather toilsome progress, Laura reached the brook, she realized for the first time that she had nothing in which to carry water. "What shall I do?" she was thinking desperately, when a battered tin object met her eye. "A cup!" she cried, and pounced upon it. "This souvenir of somebody's picnic has certainly come as a lifesaver." Laura dipped water up in it and started back toward Billie and Vi and the unconscious old man. Meanwhile, Billie Bradley lifted the man's head, and Vi chafed his hands, but no sign of returning consciousness rewarded their efforts. "If we could get this tree off him," cried Billie. "Give me a hand, Vi, and we'll do our best." Though the two girls pulled and tugged with all their strength, they could not stir the tree. While they were still trying, Laura returned with the tin cup of water. She threw the contents full in the face of the unconscious man. The old fellow stirred, moaned a little. "Get more water, Laura," called Billie softly. "He's coming around all right." As Laura started back toward the brook, the man sighed again and opened his eyes. Billie went around to him quickly, knelt beside him, and took his hand in hers. "Are you feeling better?" she asked. The old man smiled a little, though the next instant his lips were twisted with pain. "Reckon I must be dead," he muttered. "And if I ain't, I sure ought to be." The words were scarcely out of his mouth when there came another explosion, a detonation that echoed deafeningly through the woods.
Something struck the ground close by, sending up a shower of dirt and debris. "Oh," cried Vi, flinging her arms above her head. "Oh, it started again. We'll all be buried alive." The old man opened his eyes and stared about him helplessly. He tried to sit up. Explosions followed, one upon the heels of another, filling the air with a constant deafening roar. That short period of peace had been nothing but the lull before a new and more terrifying storm. The girls looked about them distractedly. Laura came back from the brook, the tin cup of water shaky in her hand. "Quick," she cried. "I passed a sort of cave over there, a hollow under a rock. We can make for that." The girls turned for flight. Bits of rock were flying all about them. More branches were being ripped from trees. Not far from them, a tree fell with a rending crash. At any moment, they themselves might be struck, hurled to the ground, maimed, killed. Then they remembered the old man pinioned to the earth, unable to help himself. "We can't leave him," cried Billy. "We must get him out."
End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Battling for life. The next few moments seemed an interminable nightmare to the girls from Three Towers Hall. They could never think of it afterward without a shudder. They tried again to lift the tree from the old man, but again found that impossible. It was the victim himself who finally suggested a way out. "If one of you was to lift the tree just a trifle," he said, "and the others were to help me pull myself out, there's no telling but I might manage it." The girls doubted that it could be done, but they were desperate enough to try anything. While explosion after explosion rocked the earth, they fought for the life of this old man and for their own. Vi and Laura tugged at the tree, while Billie Bradley, putting her arms beneath the old man's shoulders, tried to drag him from beneath the weight that pinned him down. If he had been unconscious, she never could have accomplished it, but the old man, with a heroism they neither understood nor appreciated at the time, helped himself, his lips tight closed to prevent a groan of agony. He pressed against the ground and pushed himself. He wound his arm about the trunk of a tree and pulled himself, slowly, inch by inch. Once he relaxed with a half-groan, half-sigh. "Can't do it," he muttered. "Better leave me, young ones, to whatever comes." "We'll not leave you," panted Billie. Her arms ached, her hair straggled, disheveled across her face. She was panting for breath, but no thought of giving in occurred to her or to her chums. "Why, you're halfway out already," cried Vi Farrington encouragingly. "Come on, Laura, one more shove." Oh dear! A tree behind them was struck by a flying shell or rock, they still did not know which. The tree toppled with a crash, just grazing them as it fell. "Quick!" gasped Billie. "No time to lose!" Once more all worked together, tugging manfully. The old man, convinced that the girls would not leave him to his fate, and feeling suddenly the full responsibility for their lives, as well as his own, made an almost superhuman effort and drew himself clear of the tree. "At last!" half-sobbed Billie. "Now give me a hand, girls. Laura, where is that shelter of yours?" It was no easy task to half-drag, half-carry the injured man through the woods. At last he stopped them. "I think I can stand, maybe, on one foot," he faltered. "The going might be better that way." They helped him to his feet. One leg bore him up, but the other sank when he put his weight upon it. "Broken, I reckon," groaned the old fellow. "Well, maybe I can hop if you lend me a shoulder apiece." 2 shoulders, Vi and Billie's, were immediately offered to him. He hobbled doggedly on, although the girls guessed that each moment brought him almost unbearable pain. The injured leg dragged helplessly. They found Laura's shelter at last. It was a huge overhanging rock beneath which they might find comparative safety. They fell into this refuge with breathless relief. The old man sat, his back against the rock, his helpless legs stretched out upon the ground before him. He looked very white and grim about the mouth. "Does it hurt much?" asked Laura sympathetically. The old man tried to smile, a twisted, wry smile that held little mirth. "Well," he drawled, "I reckon a broken leg ain't much fun, no way you look at it. Still," he added, with determined optimism, "I shouldn't wonder if it isn't better than a broken head at that, which is what I'd have by now, I reckon, if you girls hadn't come along. Uncommon kind of you," he added, in a voice grown suddenly weak with pain, "to risk your necks for an old man you ain't never seen before." "We are only glad we did come along," replied Billy. Her voice was a little absent. She was listening to those continued explosions. What made them? Was it the powder house at the academy that had blown up? If so, the possibility, no, the probability, was that all the buildings connected with the academy had gone up in smoke, too. Then how about Chet? How about Teddy Jordan and Ferd Stowing? How about all those other boys that they knew and liked so well? She was roused from her miserable reverie by the voice of the old man. "Reckon it's the end of the world. Sounds like it, anyway." "If Boxton Academy has blown up, then it's the end of the world for us, anyway," said Laura, in a choked voice. "Oh, Billy, what can we do?" "Nothing," returned Billy, in a cold little voice. "If we so much as stir from here, we're apt to be killed ourselves, and that won't do the boys a bit of good." "Teddy said they were going to try out their big cannon today, up in the woods," Laura suggested. Billy shook her head. "It would take a whole army of cannon to do this much damage. You know that, Laura, as well as I. There's no use trying to fool ourselves." She wanted to cry and wouldn't let herself. "Anyway, we're only guessing," Vi offered. "We don't know where these explosions come from. May not be the powder house at all." Suddenly the girls realized that the hideous noise of destruction had stopped again. Once more the woodland was bathed in an almost supernatural stillness. "I wonder if it's over." Billy poked her head experimentally from under the roof of their shelter. No rock struck her upon the head. No falling tree limb threatened her with instant death. Cautiously she wriggled forth from their precarious shelter and stood upright. "It seems to be over for the time, girls," she said, uncertainly. "I shouldn't wonder if this was our chance to make a break for Three Towers. Or Boxton," she added, with a little shake in her voice. The girls glanced at the old man. What were they to do with him? As though he guessed what was in their minds. He said, "You girls had better get on back to where you came from. I'll be all right here. Then, when you get to town, you can send back help to me." The girls hesitated. Billy shook her head. "If you can help us to get you to the shore road," she said, "we could probably find someone right away who could take you to a doctor. That would be quicker than leaving you here and sending someone back for you. Besides, we wouldn't know just where to tell them to find you. Do you think you can get to the road?" "Reckon I can," answered the old fellow, setting his jaw. "But first," he added, as the girls stooped to help him to his feet, "I'd like to ask you a question." The girls from Three Towers Hall looked at him curiously. That was the first time, probably, that they had consciously looked at him. Now they noticed with surprise that the old fellow wore sailor's garb. The rest of him was as salty as his dress. His face was bronzed to the color of copper, and there were lines in the leathery skin, humorous, kindly lines that ran downward from twinkling, almost startlingly blue eyes to the corners of a wide, pleasant mouth. A face to like and to trust, as these girls liked and trusted it from the very beginning. "What is the question you want to ask?" queried Billy, as she knelt beside him. "A while back," said the old man, "one of you mentioned something about Three Towers. Did you, by any chance, mean Three Towers Hall?" "Yes," said the girls in chorus, and Laura added, "We go to school there." The blue eyes of the old sailor lighted with humorous appreciation. "Well," he drawled, "as someone once said afore me, seems like this world is a small place after all. Because, you see, I'm going there, too." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About a fortune. The girls from Three Towers Hall stared at the old man. "You don't mean that you are going to Three Towers Hall?" cried Vi. The old man chuckled. The next moment his face clouded with pain, and he clutched instinctively at his injured leg. "Oh, it does hurt," cried Billy quickly. "Not to mention," the old man said, forcing a return of his smile, "I reckon you lassies is getting your learning up at the boarding school." They nodded. "But you said you were going there," Billy reminded him. "Not to get no learning, though," the old fellow said whimsically. "Reckon I'm too old a dog to learn new tricks. I was going," he went on laboriously, "to see a young relative of mine, a cousin or some such thing. She teaches up at the school. Seems like you lassies must know her," he added, hopefully. "If you would tell us her name," suggested Billy. "Why, yes, to be sure." The old fellow leaned forward, a sudden flame lighting his deeply lined face. "That there does seem just a little bit necessary. Her name is Pauline, Miss Pauline Holcomb." "The new math teacher?" Laura exclaimed. "Oh, yes, we know her," she said, remembering a little ruefully that Miss Holcomb had reprimanded her severely that very morning for handing in a paper that was not as neat as it should have been. "Although I got 100%, Laura thought aggrievedly. "I wonder how much she wants, anyway, the greedy old thing." Perhaps it was just as well that Miss Holcomb's relative could not guess all Laura's thoughts. "You know her," he cried, with a depth of satisfaction that the girls were at a loss to understand. "That's good. Then maybe you'll help an old man get up to the school." He leaned back against the rock as though exhausted. His face went so white that the girls were frightened. They found water and brought it to him. He drank greedily and seemed strengthened and refreshed. "You've been right good to me," he said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "I'll reward you sometime when I get my fortune." The girls regarded him doubtfully. His fortune? What was he talking about? At that moment they thought this new acquaintance just a little out of his head. Perhaps he guessed their thoughts. At any rate, the twinkling blue eyes passed from one to the other of them, and the old fellow chuckled. "You don't think an old man like me ought to talk of a fortune, eh?" he challenged. "Well, I've got it coming, just the same. If only Pauline will help me find it." He uttered the last sentence in a doubtful tone, and before the girls rose a swift vision of Miss Pauline Holcomb as they knew her. Tall, intelligent, intensely practical, Miss Holcomb ate, slept, talked algebra and geometry. She had another interest on earth the girls were not aware of it. Billy was seized by a sudden overmastering curiosity. "What do you want Miss Holcomb to do?" she asked. "I want her to help me find my fortune," said the old man soberly. "It's there. By the great horn spoon, I know it's there. All it needs is finding. If Pauline will help—" He checked himself suddenly, warned perhaps by something he saw in the faces of the girls. "Well," he said, almost gruffly, "if you will give an old salt a lift, we might as well be getting along." The girls were more than willing to comply with this suggestion. Their thoughts were still on the boys at Boxton Hall. They would not draw a free breath again until they knew whether Chet and Teddy and Ferd were safe, or they drew away from the alternative, not daring to think of it. After a struggle that seemed interminable, they finally helped the old sailor to the shore road. Here the poor fellow sank upon a rock, nursing his injured leg, his face twisted with pain. "Maybe it ain't broken," he said, in response to the girl's anxious queries, "but you sure couldn't tell that by the feel of it." "Hello! Hello! Billy! Vi! Laura!" The cries came faintly to them, but at the welcome sound the girls could have wept with relief. Help was at hand, for they had recognized that voice as belonging to one of the girls of the school. "That was Rose Belser," cried Laura. Another call came, "And Connie Danvers is with her. They've come to look for us." They called out again and again, indicating the place where they were. Soon, around a bend in the road, came Rose and Connie, not on foot as the girls had anticipated, but riding in the school bus. "This is luck," cried Billy, turning to the old sailor. "We'll have you at the hall in a jiffy now." The bus came to a sliding halt beside them. Rose and Connie jumped to the ground and hugged their friends vigorously. "We were so frightened," cried Rose. "We had visions of you dying all over the place. "Which we nearly did," interrupted Billy. She gestured toward the sailor, who still sat patiently on the flat rock, his injured leg stretching out in front of him. "We have a passenger for the hall," she said. "His leg has been hurt, and he must be handled very gently. Terry," turning to the young fellow who ran the school bus, "will you please help us get this man into the car?" "Sure thing," agreed Terry with alacrity. He was a strong young fellow, and he helped the old man into the bus with the greatest gentleness. They stretched him out on one of the long seats, and Vi rolled up her jacket for a pillow. The old man smiled gratefully, his face crackling into myriad wrinkles. "You're good, lassies," he said. "I'll not forget you when I get my fortune." At last Billy asked the question she and Laura and Vi had been afraid to ask before. "The academy," she faltered, turning to Rose and Connie, is it blown up?" The two girls looked surprised. "Blown up?" they cried. "Why, of course not. Haven't you heard?" "Heard?" cried Billy. "How could we hear anything when we've been out there in the woods half scared to death?" Laura caught Rose by the arm and shook her, not too gently. "Tell us," she insisted. "What did happen?" "Ouch, you hurt!" cried Rose, disengaging her arm. "It was dynamite that exploded." "Dynamite!" cried Laura. "They don't have dynamite in the powder house." "There you go!" cried Rose disgustedly. "Who said anything about the powder house?" "It was a road camp where they had stored dynamite for blasting," explained golden-hair Connie Danvers. "No one knows who or what touched off the dynamite." "But we know it was touched off," finished Vi ruefully. "Don't we, girls?" Laura nodded, her eyes intent. She was thinking of Teddy. Billy said eagerly, "I've heard about that road camp. The boys said it was about 1/4 of a mile from their school. Then maybe the boys are safe after all." Rose and Connie nodded. "The building still stands, anyway," said the latter. "When we reach the hall, you can put a call through to Boxton and find out if any damage was done." It was not a long trip to the school, but it must have seemed interminable to the old sailor, his head pillowed on Vi's jacket, his mouth shut tight upon the pain that each jolt in the uneven road caused him. At last they turned into the drive that led to the hall. Billy reached over and squeezed the leathery old hand of the sailor. "Here we are," she said. "We'll soon make you comfortable now." Laura was pulling at her dress. "Billy," she demanded, "is it or is it not Miss Pauline Halcombe coming toward us?" "It is," replied Billy. "And if she quotes theorems to us now," she added with a sudden flash of spirit, "I'll flunk her class all semester." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the school. Miss Halcombe did not quote theorems to Billie Bradley. She appeared so genuinely relieved to have the girls back again that she even refrained from scolding them for having wandered too far from the hall. "Miss Halcombe," began Billy, hesitating. Everyone seemed to hesitate when addressing the mathematics teacher. She had a cold, clear gaze capable of transfixing the most innocent supplicant, and causing her to wonder shiveringly what unknown act of transgression the mathematics teacher had found out. "Miss Halcombe," Billy began again, "there is someone else in the bus with us. He, cried the teacher in an outraged tone. "He? Do you mean that you have a boy in there?" The girls wanted to giggle terribly. The effort not to caused them to grow red in the face. "Not a boy," returned Billy, straightening the corners of her mouth. "He's a rather old gentleman. In fact, I'll speak for myself, lass." Terry had assisted the old man to the ground. Now he stood with one hand on the young fellow's broad shoulder, the other outstretched toward the teacher of mathematics. "It's Ben Halcombe, Pauline," he said eagerly. "Don't mean to say you've forgotten your old cousin, Ben, eh?" "Of course I haven't forgotten you, Benjamin," replied Miss Pauline Halcombe. The girls thought her voice sounded thin and cold, like icicles. "But why have you come here?" The old sailor's outstretched hand dropped to his side. A shadow came over his bronzed face. His lips tightened with fatigue and disappointment. Billy found herself speaking impulsively. "He was in the woods, struck down by a falling tree when we found him, Miss Halcombe," she said. "His leg has been hurt quite badly. See, he can hardly stand." A shadow of genuine concern crossed the face of the teacher. Miss Halcombe might be cold and very practical, but she was not hard-hearted. Nevertheless, she rounded upon Billy sharply. "That will be all," she said. "You girls may go inside at once." The dismissal was firm, and could not be misunderstood. Still the girls hesitated. Out of the momentary silence, Ben Halcombe spoke. His voice was not as cold as Pauline Halcombe's, but it was just as firm. "These lassies saved my life, Pauline," he said quietly. "Seems like I'd like to shake them by the hand afore they go inside." So the girls, one after another, took his big hard hand in theirs and squeezed it in token of friendship. It was a strangely moving little ceremony, for all it was so simple. As the girls went on toward the hall, they were unusually quiet and thoughtful. "I love him," exclaimed Billy suddenly. "He's an odd darling. I never saw anyone that I liked so much and felt so sorry for at the same time." "Love at first sight," said fluffy-haired Connie Danvers, with a droll look at Billy. "Teddy Jordan had better look to himself." "You haven't yet told us how you found your old man," Rose put in. "Did you really save his life?" "We hope to, I guess," replied Billy ruefully. "We'll tell you all about him as soon as we get a telephone call through to Boxton. We must find out how the boys are." The girls received permission from Miss Walters, the beloved head of Three Towers Hall, to telephone to the academy. "I have been in touch with the school," Miss Walters told the girls. "The buildings were hit 2 or 3 times, but nothing was seriously damaged, and no one was seriously injured. Nothing beyond a scratch or 2. However, if you care to reassure yourselves, phone by all means." With her gracious smile she dismissed them and returned to the papers on her desk. The girls lost little time in availing themselves of her permission. They rang up Boxton Military Academy and asked that either Teddy or Chet be called to the phone. It was Teddy who responded. "Are you all right?" Billy asked. "Are you quite sure you're all right, Teddy?" "Right as a fiddle." Teddy's voice came back cheerfully. "Some of the windows were broken, though, on the side near the explosion. Some fireworks." "It was," said Billy, feelingly, so feelingly that Teddy inquired quickly, "You girls all right?" "Quite," sang out Billy. Some days the boys would have the whole story of that harrowing adventure in the woods, but not just now. "And Chet, Teddy, he is all right, too?" "Right as rain," replied Teddy. Then he chuckled. "Got caught out on the ball field, Chet did," he said. "Flying rock landed near the fellows and showered them with dirt. You should have seen Chet. We couldn't find him for dirt." "But he wasn't hurt. You're sure of that, are you?" insisted Billy. Teddy must have been very convincing in his reply, for Billy's face was radiant with relief as she turned from the phone. "Everything is all right," she told the girls. "Teddy got a skinned elbow and Chet a dirt bath. Aside from that, they are undamaged." "And now," sighed Laura, "we can go upstairs and wash ourselves. I dare say we need it." Rose and Connie chuckled heartlessly. "Just wait till you have a look at yourselves in the mirror," Rose said. The girls had nearly reached the dormitory when they were confronted, full-faced, by Amanda Peabody and her shadow, Eliza Dilks. Amanda stared in amazement. Over her face spread a slow, derisive smile. Eliza grinned too, mockingly. "My word!" exclaimed Amanda. "See what the cat dragged in." "Meaning yourself?" asked Laura, with dangerous sweetness. Billy seized her chum by the hand and dragged her toward the dormitory. As the door opened and closed after them, they overheard Amanda's parting sneer. "That's right. Hide yourself," she cried. "I would, too, if I looked like that." "The horrid old cat!" exclaimed Laura, trembling with fury. "Why did you stop me, Billy? I wanted to scratch her eyes out." Billie Bradley chuckled. "Come over here and take a look at yourself in the glass," she said. "Then, if you're honest, you can't blame Amanda very much for laughing at us. We are funny," and she burst into wild laughter. Laura gave one look at herself and shrieked, "Get out of my way, everybody! I'm going to get a bath." Not until they were bathed and dressed in clean clothes would the 3 chums satisfy Rose's and Connie's curiosity concerning that harrowing half-hour they had spent in the woods. Then, refreshed and vaguely excited, the heroines of the occasion sat on Billie Bradley's bed and repeated the story of their adventures to an intent audience. The other girls interrupted the recital again and again with questions about every conceivable thing. But when Billy came to the part about the old sailor's gratitude and his promise to reward them with a share of his fortune when he found it, they nearly bounced off the bed. "Why, it reads like a story," cried Rose, passing around her candy box. "Do you suppose the old boy really has a fortune?" "We thought he was crazy at first," Billy replied, with a thoughtful shake of her head. "But now, I, for one, am not so sure. What do you think, girls?" Laura hastily swallowed the whole bonbon she had thrown into her mouth, nearly choking herself in the process. "Ben Halcombe may never find any fortune," she said decidedly, "but one thing is sure, he is no more crazy than you or I." "He thinks he has a fortune coming to him," added Vi thoughtfully, "and he seemed pretty sure of finding it. I wonder," she added, half to herself, "why he wants Miss Halcombe to help." "Girls," said Billy suddenly. They turned to her and found her regarding them with merry eyes and an air of excitement. "Ben Halcombe is a sailor. Wouldn't it be great if this fortune he hopes to find should turn out to be—" "What?" the others chorused as Billy paused for effect. "A buried treasure?" End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The summons. "A buried treasure!" The other girls echoed Billie Bradley's words incredulously. Laura Jordan shook her head sadly and passed over the candy box. "She's off again. Have a piece of chocolate, Billy dear. You are certain to get that, anyway." As to buried treasure, "Billy may not be so far off the track, just the same," said Vi Farrington, proving an unexpected ally. "What did Ben mean by saying he had to find his fortune if it isn't buried or hidden somewhere?" "Maybe some relative has left him money," suggested Rose Belzer, thoughtfully. "And the will is lost," Connie Danvers added, but Billy shook her head. "I don't think it's anything like that," she said. "At least," with a swift smile, "I hope it isn't. My heart is set on a buried treasure." Their interesting conversation was interrupted by the dinner bell. "My hair!" cried Rose, grasping at the tumbled black mass that was her greatest beauty. "Miss Halcombe has charge of the dorm this week. If she catches me with my hair uncombed, I'll be flunked for the year." This statement was a trifle unjust to Miss Halcombe, for that teacher, while being a rigid disciplinarian, was undoubtedly fair. For appearing at dinner with uncombed hair, Rose Belzer would have found one demerit mark next her name, no more. Naturally, the chief topic of conversation for that night, and for several days to come, was the explosion of the dynamite at the road camp. 6 stores of the explosive had gone up, one after another, the cause being a mystery. Both Three Towers Hall and Boxton Military Academy might have been badly damaged, and it seemed little less than a miracle that no pupils of either school had been seriously injured. "The only real casualty seems to have been our poor old sailor," Billy said. It was early afternoon of the day following the explosions. Billy, Vi, and Laura were pacing arm in arm along the graveled path between the tennis courts and the hall. Luncheon was over, and there were 15 minutes more for relaxation allowed to them before the commencement of afternoon classes. "They say that the wood where we found Ben looks like a battlefield," observed Vi. "Really, it's a miracle, girls, that we weren't all killed." "We came pretty near it," remarked Billy. She was remembering the rock that had whizzed above her head, and the tree that had dropped so close to them that they had felt the breeze from it as it fell. "I'd like to revisit the scene, and yet I hate to," Laura remarked. "The woods were so beautiful it seems terrible to have them devastated so." "We've loved every inch of ground about the lake," Vi added. "I suppose the trees will grow again, though." "By the time we are not here to see or care," agreed Billy. "I wonder," she added, with a swift change of subject, "what they have done with our sailor." I heard that Miss Halcombe put him to bed and sent for a doctor, Laura said. She couldn't very well do less, Vi added, a little spitefully. Vi did not altogether like Miss Pauline Halcombe. You haven't heard how badly he was hurt, though, have you? Asked Billy anxiously. Laura shook her head. No one seems to know a great deal about him. Miss Pauline appears to be keeping him pretty well to herself. Billy giggled. Maybe she is afraid he will talk to someone else about the fortune he hopes to find, she said. And naturally, said Vi, with a wise shake of her head. She wants to keep that information all to herself. How little they really understood Miss Pauline Halcombe, after all. They were about to turn back to the hall, for their 15 minutes were almost up, when they heard quick footsteps behind them and turned to see Amanda Peabody approaching them. Billy frowned. So did Laura and Vi. They had learned to connect Amanda Peabody and her shadow with trouble, and since they did not particularly enjoy trouble, they avoided both of these unpleasant girls whenever it was humanly possible to do so. Noses in the air, they tried to pass Amanda, but the latter stood her ground. She even grinned a little, derisively. You'd better listen to me, she said. If you don't, you'll be sorry. Scorning the threat, Laura and Vi would have gone on, but Billie Bradley stopped, so they did too. What do you want? Asked Billy coldly. It isn't what I want, retorted Amanda. Her sneering look, her whole attitude, seemed to imply that here was her chance to score against her enemies. It's what Miss Walters wants, she added triumphantly. The three girls temporarily forgot their intense dislike for Amanda Peabody. They exchanged startled glances. Miss Walters was not in the habit of inviting girls to her office, except for reprimand. Why, they wondered, should she want them now? Billy turned again to Amanda. Are you sure? She asked. It was Amanda's moment of triumph. She savored it to the full. She gave me the message herself, was her reply. You'd better hurry up, too. She doesn't like to be kept waiting. The three chums favored Amanda with a look of intense dislike, but they hurried. They knew as well as Amanda did how Miss Walters disliked waiting. As they entered the hall, they found that they were trembling, actually trembling with nervousness and apprehension. But we haven't done anything, not a thing, Laura Jordan protested in a queer, tight voice. There's Amanda, Billy reminded her. She's mixed up in this somewhere. There's no telling what story she may have told about us. No one is safe from such a girl, Vi agreed. Girls, as they reached the door of Miss Walters' office, I'm scared. I'm afraid to go in. So was Billy, but just the same, she marched up to the door and knocked. It was rather a timid knock, but it brought immediate response. Come in, was said in Miss Walters' sweet, gracious voice. At least she did not sound angry, thought the girls, and took a little courage from that. Miss Walters was seated at her desk. Before her were 3 letters, 3 addressed envelopes. The girls were so close to the desk that they might have seen the addresses on those letters if they had tried, but of course they were far too well-bred to try. Miss Walters just glanced up as they entered. There was nothing angry in her glance, but she did seem a trifle preoccupied. Just a minute, she said. I must sign these letters. Then I wish to talk to you. As the girls stood there, listening to the scratching of Miss Walters' pen, wondering what it was she wished to say to them, they felt tried and convicted of some crime of which they were completely ignorant. They had thoughts of Amanda Peabody, too, thoughts that boded that girl no good. In leisurely fashion, Miss Walters signed the 3 letters, placed them with care in their respective envelopes, stamped them, then turned to the girls. These letters, she held them in her hand, are of direct interest to you girls. They are written by me and addressed to your parents. She looked stern, for their adored head, accusing. Letters to the parents at home. Amanda Peabody reported to me, Miss Walters continued. She spoke in no uncertain tones of the condition in which you returned to Three Towers Hall late yesterday afternoon. I noticed, here she smiled a little, that you were not dressed for a party, but I deferred judgment pending an inquiry into the facts. Now, turning a little aside from them and shuffling the envelopes in her hand, I'm about to pronounce judgment. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A message for Amanda. The three girls stood very still. What were they about to hear? What tales had Amanda Peabody circulated to which she had been able to lend the appearance of truth? They awaited with trepidation the answer to this unspoken question. In the first place, Miss Walters went on, still not looking at the girls, I learned that you were hiking along the shores of the lake at the time the explosion occurred. Was that true? Vi and Laura started to speak. Something caught in their throats, and they could not utter a word. Billie spoke for them all. Yes, Miss Walters, she said bravely. Had you permission from the teacher in charge? Asked the head of the school. Yes, Miss Walters, answered Billie again, feeling that here at least she was on solid ground. But you stayed out much later than the amount of time allotted you, did you not? Yes, we did, said Billie, in a small voice. Miss Walters still toyed with the letters. Why? She wanted to know. Billie hesitated. Shall I tell you everything? She asked, after a moment. Miss Walters nodded. Everything, if you please. Thereupon Billie Bradley proceeded to give a fairly complete account of their activities of the preceding afternoon, omitting or passing over lightly as much as possible the details of the rescue of the old sailor, Ben Halcombe. You see, she finished falteringly, speaking to Miss Walters' profile. We would have been back at the hall in plenty of time if it hadn't been for the explosion. Then it was hard to get anywhere without being killed. Miss Walters' face grew very grave, and the fingers that played with the letters were suddenly rigid. It is little short of a miracle that you were not killed or seriously injured. She paused for a moment, then put down the letters and turned to the girls. Is that, she queried, all you have to say for yourselves? They nodded. Even Billie was voiceless now. Then, said Miss Walters, it is my turn to speak. I suppose, tapping the letters, you have no idea what is written here. No, Miss Walters, replied Billie. Then I'll tell you. Miss Walters' voice softened. Her smile was the smile of one comrade to another. I've written to your parents full details of your gallant rescue of Benjamin Halcombe, as I learned them from the lips of that man himself. If your families are not already proud of you, they will be when they receive these letters. As I am proud of you, she added, smiling. Tears were in the girl's eyes. Billie Bradley took a step toward Miss Walters. Is that why you sent for us? She asked. That, agreed Miss Walters, her smile deepening, and nothing else. But Amanda, faltered Billie. Amanda said, at least we thought. Miss Walters' face darkened. Her eyes flashed with anger. I think you should know by this time, she said, almost curtly, that you have nothing to fear from Amanda Peabody. You have always conducted yourselves, her voice softened again, in a manner that does credit and honor to Three Towers Hall. Both the school and I, as its head, are proud of you. She nodded in gracious dismissal. But the happy, relieved girls had barely reached the door when she said to them, crisply, Send Amanda Peabody to me here, if you please. If they pleased. Was there anything that they would have enjoyed more? Billie Bradley and her two intimates were not naturally vindictive, but Amanda Peabody had made things so consistently unpleasant for them, whenever it was possible for her to do so, that they might be excused a little complacency, now that they were able to turn the tables on her. However, the study bell rang as they reached the lower hall. The girls exchanged glances. We can't all be late for class, Vi Farrington said reluctantly. It will need only one of us to take that message to dear Amanda. You do it, Billie, Laura said, unselfishly, delivering revenge into the hands of her best friend. Amanda tries her tricks on you more than on the rest of us, anyway. Go ahead, it's your turn. But as luck would have it, the big front door opened at that moment to admit a crowd of girls, among them Amanda Peabody and Eliza Dilks. Amanda spied the three girls at once. and came toward them, a mean, questioning smile on her face. "Here's your chance, Billy," whispered Laura, nudging the latter in the ribs. "Hurry up, or we'll be late to class." "Well, did Miss Walters expel you?" asked Amanda, in her high nasal voice. She spoke so loudly that none of the girls in the hall could fail to hear her. She was awfully mad. "But not at us," replied Billy, sweetly. "It is really you she wishes to see, Amanda. She told us to say you were to come to her office at once." Amanda Peabody's face turned an odd slate color. Her mouth dropped open. One of the girls in the crowd chuckled. All of them, with the exception of Amanda's shadow, appeared to be enjoying the girl's discomfiture. "I don't believe it," burst forth Eliza Dilks. "It's a trick. Miss Walters never sent for you, Amanda." Billie Bradley shrugged and turned away. "You'd better go and see, just the same, Amanda," she suggested. "If you don't, Miss Walters may be just a little angrier than she is right now." Amanda turned and went with dragging feet toward the office of the head of Three Towers Hall. Curiously enough, the three chums did not relish their revenge as keenly as they had anticipated. Unlike Amanda Peabody, they found no happiness to anyone's pain. "I wonder why some people have to be so horrid," Laura said with a frown. "Take Amanda Peabody, now. In trying to make trouble for us, she makes a good deal more for herself. That seems pretty silly." "It does, doesn't it?" agreed Billy, with a sober shake of her head. "But then I never could understand people like Amanda and Eliza." In due time, Miss Walters' laudatory letters reached the girls' parents at North Bend. As soon as the mails could carry them, return letters arrived from proud and happy parents from the young heroines. The news of their exploits spread throughout the hall, with the result that Billie Bradley and her chums became more popular, if that were possible, than they had been before. The days passed, and the girls heard nothing further from Ben Halcombe. They began to wonder about him, and even to make daring plans by which they might gain access to him. "I've been on the point of speaking to Miss Halcombe several times," Billy confided to Vi and Laura. "But every time I go near her, she turns her icy blue eyes on me. And you mumble something about having forgotten a ruler or a pen, and fly," finished Vi, with a nod. "How do you know?" asked Billy, wide-eyed. Vi giggled. "I've tried it myself," she confessed. "Well, I want to see him," said Billy. "Before we know it, school will be over, and we'll be packed off to North Bend without finding another thing about Ben Halcombe and the mysterious fortune he wants to find. I'm going to ask Miss Halcombe point blank if I may see him." "And if she says no, I'll, well..." "Yes, what will you do?" asked the other two derisively. "I'll go to Miss Walters and demand an audience," announced Billy grandly, and then giggled, entirely destroying the effect. However, the very next afternoon the matter was settled for her, with absolutely no effort on her part. It was after school hours, and half a dozen of Billy's closest friends were up in the dormitory working out a crossword puzzle. Having just then no inclination for such mental gymnastics, Billy had taken a book and gone for a ramble through the grounds about Three Towers Hall. Now, as she turned and sauntered lazily in the direction of the boathouse, she paused, her attention caught by an unfamiliar object. A wheeled chair stood in the shadow of a tree, and in it reclined a bulky figure. Suddenly the occupant of the chair raised a hand and waved to her. Billy's doubts vanished. Here surely was an opportunity she could hardly have hoped for. The occupant of the invalid's chair was none other than Benjamin Halcombe in the flesh. She waved back, running across the grass toward him. She noticed as she came closer that his leg was bandaged and stretched out stiffly in front of him. "Hello," she cried, pausing beside his chair. "How are you?" "Not so bad off as I might be," said the old fellow, scratching his head. "My body's fair to middlin' comfortable. It's my mind, you might say, as is troublin' me." Billy regarded the bandaged leg. "Was it broken?" she asked sympathetically. The old fellow shook his head. "No, thanks be. Only strained, as you might say. My ankle got the worst of it. Twisted about so it's a mercy the bone didn't crack clear in two. Bruised up considerable, the rest of me was, but apt to recover. Doctor says 2 or 3 weeks, and I'll be hobbling round same as ever. Maybe I'll have to use a cane, but I ain't worried about that." As he said the last words, his face clouded, and he began to beat nervously on the chair arm with his fingers. Billie Bradley regarded him for a moment in silence. Then she sank cross-legged on the grass and continued to regard him, chin propped on hand. "I'm glad the leg wasn't broken," she said at last. The silence had continued between them until she thought it was high time it was broken by somebody. We were pretty much afraid it was." "Felt like it," the old sailor admitted absently. He looked at Billy keenly, opened his mouth as though he meant to say something, then closed it again uncertainly. He glanced over his shoulder uneasily in the direction of the hall. "He's afraid of Miss Halcombe," Billy decided. "He wants to say something to me, but he's afraid Pauline will come out and stop him." So she said brightly, quite as though it were an everyday topic of conversation, "You said something about a fortune when I saw you last. Have you found it yet?" End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Sailor's Yarn. Ben Halcombe's face was a study of conflicting emotions. He looked both delighted and alarmed by Billie Bradley's forthright question. Then his bronzed, deep-lined old face became overcast. "No," he said. "No, I haven't found it." He glanced again toward the hall, and Billy guessed that he was thinking of Miss Pauline Halcombe, whereupon the girl ventured one more question. "Didn't you say that you hoped Miss Halcombe would help you find your fortune?" she asked. Ben Halcombe looked startled. "Did I say that?" he asked, with another uneasy glance over his shoulder. "Well, maybe I did. Anyway, it's the truth." He hesitated, glanced at Billy again, then burst out, "Since you know so much, you might as well know the rest, I suppose." Billy held up her hand in a quick gesture of dissent. "Don't, if you'd rather not," she cried. "Don't tell me anything you might afterward be sorry for." "I don't see why I should be sorry," replied the old sailor moodily. "Anyway, I've got to talk to somebody. Guess it will do me good to get it off my chest. You saved my life, too. You and the other lassies," he added. "Reckon I owe you something." "You don't owe us anything because of that," Billy said. "But I am interested in the fortune that you want to find, and I'd like to help if I can." "Help?" repeated the old man sorrowfully. "I don't see how you can help. But Pauline could, if she would." "Won't she?" asked Billy. Once more the old sailor looked uneasily over his shoulder in the direction of the hall. When he turned again to Billy, his eyes had lost some of their mournfulness. As a matter of fact, the girl could almost have sworn there was a twinkle in their depths. "Pauline thinks I'm crazy," he confided. "Maybe I am, I don't know. But by the great horned spoon, I'd like to find out." He fell silent for a few moments after that, and Billie Bradley's patience was put to a severe test. Her curiosity prompted a dozen questions, but she would put none of them for fear the honest old sailor would close up like a clam and refuse her any information whatsoever. One thing seemed fairly certain. Benjamin Halcombe was very much in awe of his cousin, and was fearful each moment that her coming would put an end to his conversation with Billy. As for Billy, she was on pins and needles herself. She was not only interested in the old sailor's mysterious fortune, she was interested in Ben Halcombe himself, and honestly wanted to help him. The old fellow was silent for a few seconds. Then he burst forth with violence. "I've got to tell somebody. Here I am laid up in a bloomin' invalid's chair for no one knows how long. If I don't tell someone, I'll clean burst in two." Billy knew what he meant. She turned toward him expectantly. Her eyes grew bright. "Tell me," she prompted. "Is it some sort of treasure?" "Shh!" The old man looked about him uneasily. But when he turned back to Billy, his eagerness matched hers. "Not so loud. Someone might be listening." "Yes, lass, it is a treasure I was hoping to find. A Chinese treasure, buried off the coast at Treasure Cove." "Oh!" Billy clapped hand to lips as the exclamation of sheer delight escaped her. "A Chinese treasure? But are you sure it is buried there, at Treasure Cove, as you call it?" "As sure as anyone can be sure of such a thing without the proof of gold in his hand," said the old man, with a shake of his head. "I'll spin the yarn for you if you like to hear it," he added. A glance at Billy's eager face should have been answer enough for him. "Oh, please," she cried. "Who doesn't like to hear about a treasure, whether it's ever found or not?" "It could be found," said the old sailor with a certainty that had its proper effect upon Billy. "It's there, off the Atlantic coast, buried at Treasure Cove, as sure as my name's Benjamin Halcombe. You see, it came off the Marlin." "The Marlin," Billy prompted, for Ben had paused reflectively. "The Marlin was a ship loaded with Chinese treasure." The sailor spoke in a more urgent tone now, leaning forward in his chair. "There was a mutiny aboard." "Mutiny?" Billy echoed. "That's when the crew rebels against the commanding officers, isn't it?" "It is, my lass," said old Ben grimly. "In this case it was a real rebellion, judging from the report I got from that dying mutineer." He paused for a moment, eyes narrowed, busy with his own thoughts. Billie Bradley waited impatiently, fearing that each moment might bring an interruption to the conversation. And such a conversation! At last she could bear the suspense no longer. Please tell me what happened," she pleaded. "What you have said sounds like a story to me. I can't wait to hear the end of it." "The end ain't been written yet," Ben reminded her. "Anyway, I'll tell you all I know, which ain't such a lot at that. 'Twas a dark, rainy night," he continued. "I was in my cabin on shore having a quiet smoke after my supper, and reading a book that had to do mainly with seafaring folk like myself, when I heard an unusual sound outside my door." Billy drew in her breath sharply. "What's that?" asked Ben. "Nothing. Oh, please go on." "Well, that sound was sort of peculiar. I thought at first it was only part of the wind and the rain. But it came again. It was like a person breathing hard or sobbing or maybe groaning a little. Then I said to myself, 'Ben, there's some poor critter out there, either beast or human, that needs your help.'" He paused again, and Billy could see it all with an intense clarity. The rough cabin of the sailor, the pounding of the ocean, the sighing of the wind, the beat of rain on the roof, and through it all the cry of some creature in misery. "So I put on my slicker and went out to investigate," continued Ben Halcombe. "I'd gone around and around the cabin some half-dozen times and was beginning to think that I'd been mistaken and there was nothing out there, after all, when I clear stumbled across it." "It?" repeated Billy, in a strained tone. "What did you stumble across, Ben Halcombe?" "It was the body of a man," returned the sailor. Billy gasped, although she had been expecting it all along. "At first I thought it was nothing but a body," Ben continued. "I said to myself, said I, 'Ben, seems like you left your nice snug cabin to come out here and break your leg over a corpse.'" Again the man paused, and Billy Bradley shivered. The green lawns of Three Towers vanished. She saw only a lonely beach and the figure of a bulky old man dimly outlined against a vaguer background, and at his feet an inert thing. "But the man was not really dead," she said at last. "Not quite, lass," returned the old sailor. "I put my hand to his heart, and found it was still pumping faint and far between. I heaved him up on my shoulder, and staggered with him toward the cabin. He was a heavy lubber, was that mutineer, and Ben Halcombe isn't as young as he was once." The old man paused again, and Billy watched him, unstirring. "I got him into the cabin and shut the door on the small gale that was blowing outside," Ben Halcombe continued. "When I looked at him again in the light of my lamp, I felt cold shivers begin chasing themselves up my spine. Yes'm, I'd seen ghastly enough sights in the course of my roaming up and down the high seas, but nothing I ever saw came up to the ghastliness of that near corpse which I'd lugged out of the night into the peacefulness of my cabin." Billy Bradley shuddered, but said nothing. "Well, sir," Ben continued, "first off, I thought he was dead for keeps, seeing how he lay so still. But while I was watching him, he groaned soft-like, and opened his eyes. 'Give me a drink,' he whispered, hoarse-like. I gave him something that was guaranteed to put life back into him, even if he had been the corpse I thought he was at first. He swallowed it down in one gulp, and soon I saw that he was a little stronger. He looked at me with black eyes, and the look was like the thrust of a dagger. Then he said, still sort of hoarse-like and fighting for his breath. "I ain't going to last long, matey. I got cuts enough in my carcass to ha' killed 2 ordinary men. But old Joe, he's a tough 'un, matey." Here he began to cough, and I thought sure it was the end of him. But he fought. I'd never before seen a man fight so hard what was coming to him. He was a game one, that scoundrel was. Still in all he knowed he was a doomed man. "Hold me up, matey," he said, his voice rasping like the grating of a file on steel. "Hold me up and give me a little drink." "Thanks, matey." "Joe, he's going to pay you for that drink. A price no man ever got before," he said. Well, thought I to myself, he's raving, poor feller. I'll humor him, thought I. But all of a sudden he fumbled weak-like in his pocket and pulled out something. Billy leaned toward the teller of the tale, her hands clasped and unclasped nervously. "Oh, what was it?" she breathed. Ben Halcombe was silent for a moment. Then he said quietly, "It was a map of Treasure Cove." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Treasure Cove. "Oh!" The exclamation was so eloquent that Billie Bradley had no need of further words. The old seaman turned an understanding face toward her. "I know how you're feeling," he said. "I felt the same way, only maybe a little more so." "Did the mutineer explain about the map?" Billy asked, finding her voice. Ben Halcombe nodded. "He told me about it, gasping, sort of, and me holding his head. We came across from China on the Marlin," he told me in his rasping voice. "There was a mutiny aboard, and the captain and the first and second mate was killed," he said. "What for was there mutiny?" I asked. He laughed, the ghastliest sound I ever heard, coming as it did from a dying man. "There was gold aboard," he said, gasping like, "and rare silks and jewel chests carved out of ivory. A king's ransom it was. When there was trouble between the captain and the crew, why, the captain got what was coming to him." "And the mates?" I asked. "And the mates," he repeated, rasping his ghastly laugh. He was pretty weak again. It was a wonder to me that the breath stayed so long in his body, and I had to brace him up with another hooker before he could go on. "After a while," said he, his voice sounding like the echo of what it once was, "the men began fighting among themselves. There wasn't but 3 of us left when we put into Treasure Cove." Here he began to cough again, and I thought his last minute had come. You can imagine, he turned to Billy, his leathery face crinkling into myriad wrinkles, that by this time I was pretty anxious to hear the finish of what he had begun to say. "Yes," said Billy softly, "I can imagine just how anxious you were." "He got over his fit of coughing after a while," continued the old fellow. "Then he told me about the burying of the treasure on the island, and how he and the other 2 mutineers that was left quarreled over what share each was to have in it. 'We fought,' said he, sort of struggling with his voice. 'First 2 of us together, and then all 3. We'd fight till we couldn't fight no more. Then we'd drop down and rest a while, then up and at it again. 2 of 'em,' said he, his voice getting weaker and weaker, 'fell over the cliff into the sea. I knew that I was done for if I stayed where I was, so I crawled to the skiff,' said he, 'and I managed after a while to get to the mainland. I dragged myself,' he added, coughing and sputtering, 'up onto the beach, and there, matey, you found me.' Here he got a long coughing spell, which I thought would be the end of him, sure. But he rallied once more, and held out the piece of crumpled paper to me. 'This'll pay for the drinks, matey,' said he, grinning a ghastly sort of grin. 'Go find the treasure, and may it bring you better luck 'n it's done me.' With that his head hung sort of heavy on my arm, and I knew he was dead." A long silence fell between the two, the old man and the young girl. Billy had read many adventure tales, and what spirited boy or girl has not? And many of them had dealt with the discovery of treasure. But these tales, thrilling as they were only tales. This story of Ben Halcombe's rang with truth. Billy was impressed and thrilled by its possibilities. "Does no one know of the treasure but yourself?" she asked softly. "If the story of the mutineer was true, lass, no one else knows," he answered. "And I ain't got no reason to doubt it. After all, he didn't have to tell me, not a word." "I wonder why he did," mused Billy. Ben Halcombe's bronze face cracked into a grim smile. "For the reason he said, to pay me for the drinks. He was a scamp and a scoundrel, but I couldn't help but have a sneaking fondness for him. He was a game one, that mutineer." Billy was silent for a moment, busy with her whirling, excited thoughts. Presently she looked up at Ben Halcombe. "How long ago did all this happen?" she asked. "Fortnight or thereabouts," the old man answered. "Were you on your way to Miss Halcombe to ask her to help you dig up the treasure when we came across you in the woods?" she questioned. "When you saved my life in the woods, you mean," corrected the old fellow gratefully. "I don't forget that. In fact," he lowered his voice and motioned Billy to come closer to him, "I'm so grateful that if it's ever my luck to find this treasure, I'd be more than willing to split with you and your friends." The offer took Billy's breath away. Visions of an immense fortune floated before her dazzled eyes. She shook her head as though to clear it of such fantasies. "I can't quite understand it yet," she said. "Why you didn't go after the treasure yourself at once? Why you came to Miss Halcombe for help?" "I haven't any money," said the old chap simply, "and it's going to take a little to finance the search. I was hoping," his discouraged sigh went straight to Billy's heart, "that Pauline could be led to see it my way and would lend me some money." "I'd have paid it back," he said with a flash of spirit. "I'd have paid back every cent, with interest." "Wouldn't she listen to you at all?" insisted Billy. Ben shook his head sadly. "She says I'm only a foolish old man," he confessed. "She says that dying mutineer was like as not playing a joke on me. Maybe she's right. Only men don't usually play jokes with his dying breath. But Pauline only says bosh and tells me to get such ridiculous ideas out of my head. If I'm set on making a fool of myself, she says, leastways she ain't going to help me do it." Billy heard the rustle of footsteps behind her and turned quickly. Miss Halcombe herself was coming toward them across the lawn. "Shh," she said. "Someone is coming." For just a moment she let her hand rest on the old gnarled hand of the seaman. "Don't tell anyone what you've told me," she begged in a low tone. "It's just possible we may be able to help you. Goodbye." She was off, her book under her arm, looking very girlish and demure as Miss Pauline reached the old man's side. She looked back over her shoulder and saw that the teacher was regarding her with a stern, inquiring look. "Go on, glare at me," said Billie Bradley under her breath. "I've got something that you haven't, Miss Pauline Halcombe, and that's imagination." "Imagination," she added with a chuckle, "may mean a lot of money to me yet, to say nothing of fun and adventure." Billy was filled with great excitement. Her mind was as restless as her feet. She paced up and down the lawn before Three Towers Hall, thinking of all that Ben Halcombe had told her, wondering how much of that fantastic tale was true. After a while she paused in her feverish pacing up and down to take stock of herself and of the facts as she knew them. "Imagination is a good thing, but I mustn't let it run away with me. Still, Ben Halcombe's story sounded like the truth, and if it should be—" Here her musings were interrupted by a sharp hail from the hall. She turned and went slowly toward the door. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dreams. Of course, Billie Bradley told the story at once to Laura Jordan and Vi Farrington. She was so full of it that she could not keep it secret. A strange tale of mutiny, death, and buried treasure. But Vi and Laura listened with eyes and, it must be admitted, mouths wide open, following every word of Billie's with greedy rapture. "Billie, how perfectly marvelous!" cried Laura. "Did you say Ben Halcombe has a map?" added Vi. Billie nodded. "I think he'd show it to us, if we asked him," she said. "He might even," breathlessly, "let us copy it." "Oh, Billie, then with a map there would be nothing to stop us." "From what?" asked Laura, as Vi paused. From hunting the treasure," the latter burst forth. "Think of it, just waiting there for us to dig it up." "Whoa, hold your horses," laughed Billie. "I can see several things that may stop us from going on this treasure hunt, Vi Farrington." "What can they be?" asked the latter, almost belligerently. "Well, first and most important is Ben Halcombe himself. He may not be willing to give us a copy of his map, you know. I can't say that I'd exactly blame him, at that. If I were in his place, I'd hesitate before I'd share a possible treasure with 3 harum-scarum girls who were practically strangers to him." "We saved his life," retorted Vi, trying to look heroic. "Then there's the folks," Billie went on. "We'd have to get our father's and mother's consent, you know, and they'd probably call it a bad undertaking, which it is when all's said and done." "Oh, well," sighed Vi, "if you have to rake up all the old objections you can find—" "They are sensible ones, you have to admit," interrupted Billie. "I think our parents would let us go, provided we can get the map from Ben, if they knew the boys were going with us," said Laura thoughtfully. "Give the boys a sniff of the treasure hunt," cried Vi, "and then try to keep them away." So it was decided that they would tell the boys Ben Halcombe's strange tale of treasure at the first opportunity. The opportunity did not come for several days, however. An event of consuming interest was about to take place at the Hall, an event important enough to overshadow, temporarily, even a treasure hunt. This was the annual tennis match in which Billie Bradley was to participate. Indoor tennis courts were part of the gymnasium equipment at Three Towers Hall. During the winter, the tennis enthusiasts among the students fought it out for the honor of contending in the finals. Everyone had been very much surprised when Amanda Peabody had evinced a fondness for the game, for neither Amanda nor her shadow had heretofore shown much interest in school athletics. Her schoolmates were still further surprised when Amanda developed into a far from indifferent player. In fact, there were many among them who were forced to admit that Amanda was good. Interest had increased as Amanda, side by side with Billie, had fought her way triumphantly through the elimination contest to a place in the semi-finals. These, both Billie and Amanda, also survived, so that the final event of the tennis season found these two, who had been rivals since the start of their school career, facing each other over the frail barrier of a tennis net. They would meet in both singles and doubles, and speculation ran riot as to which of the girls would triumph. "Of course we're counting on Billie," Billie's friend said loyally, but all the time they knew it would be a stiff contest, for Amanda had developed into an amazingly good player who could be counted on to extend Billie, for all her swift service and almost impregnable defense, to the limit. "If Amanda should win, I'd choke her," exclaimed Laura. It was on the eve of the contest, and Billie's supporters and close friends were gathered in the dormitory. At Laura's threat, Billie smiled. "I wouldn't if I were you," she said. "She isn't worth it. Besides, if Amanda can beat me, all right. She's welcome to try. I'd be the first," with a whimsical smile, "to place the laurel wreath on her brow." "It's all right to have a forgiving disposition," said Rose Belzer, "but there is such a thing as carrying it too far, Billie Bradley. I don't see how you can talk so, after everything Amanda has tried to do to you." Billie sat up and thrust out a determined chin. She flexed a muscular young forearm significantly. "Amanda hasn't beaten me yet," she reminded them, "and I've a hunch she isn't going to. Not if I can help it." "And if Amanda plays fair," Laura added dubiously. "You can never tell what that girl would do." Billie turned upon her quickly. "She wouldn't dare to cheat in a contest like this," she said. "Why, Laura, just think what it would mean. She would be run off the team, dishonored." "Just the same," Laura reiterated doggedly, "I've a notion she'd risk even that for the sake of beating you tomorrow, Billie Bradley." While Billie did not agree with her chum, Laura's words bothered her. Even in her dreams that night, Amanda haunted her, sneaking in and out of rooms, hiding behind doors, always smiling maliciously at some secret of her own. With the morning, Billie succeeded in banishing these fantasies. She even managed to laugh a little at herself for being foolish enough to dream about them. Nevertheless, the restless night had not helped her tennis form. She knew her condition was not what she had hoped it would be. The doubles match was to be held in the morning, singles in the afternoon. In the doubles, Billie was paired with a small, pert, brown-haired girl by the name of Hazel Brown. Hazel was a good line player, whereas Billie excelled at the net, a nearly ideal combination. Amanda had for partner a leggy, clever girl by name Alice Jane. Alice appeared to be all over the court at once, and she could leap into the air and crash a ball across the net, placing it accurately, even when the ball had seemed far over her head and safely out of reach. A hard team to beat, Amanda and Alice Jane, as Billie and Hazel Brown had more than once found out during the previous winter. All in all, this promised to be as good a doubles match as the girls of Three Towers had ever attended. Up in the dormitory, Billie carefully inspected her racket. It was an old friend, that racket, and Billie counted on it more than she would have admitted to win that day's contest. Satisfied that it was in excellent condition, she rested it against the wall while she answered a call from a girl in an adjoining dormitory. Like one of her dreams of the night before, Amanda Peabody crossed the hall and slipped into the room. When she came back, Billie did not notice that anything had changed. She picked up her racket as Hazel Brown darted into the room. Hazel's eyes were bright, her hair a pretty dark tangle about her face. "Hurry, Billie," she called, waving her racket. "The whole school's gathered to watch us blow up Amanda's team. We're 2 minutes late as it is." "All right. Come on," said Billie. She felt suddenly elated, confident of victory. Gone were all the unpleasant fantasies of the night before. She knew that she was going to beat Amanda. All the time, Amanda was examining her own racket with a malicious smile upon her face. "I said that I'd get even with you sometime, Billie Bradley," she muttered to herself. "This time I'm going to do it. Beat me, if you can." End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A plot revealed. From the beginning of the game, Billie Bradley knew that something was wrong. Her stroke had not its old power. She was not sure of herself. It was generally so easy to place the ball anywhere in enemy territory. A lightning-like survey of the court, a masterly coordination of eye and hand, and plop went the ball, either over the enemy's head or so maddeningly close to the outline in the back court that her adversary was forced to run frantically for it and try an all but impossible backhand swing at the ball. Many a match Billie had won on the speed and accuracy of her returns. But today all this appeared to be changed. She succeeded in intercepting the majority of Alice Jane's powerful serves and Amanda's tricky shots, but somehow the ball did not behave as usual. It could not, Billie realized, with a sensation of dismay, be depended upon. Twice it fell within easy reach of Alice's long arm, and because Billie had not expected such an easy return, Alice's short, powerful drive caught her unprepared. From the sidelines, Vi and Laura, Rose and Connie, looked on with fists clenched and in their eyes wonder. "Look," cried Laura, as Billie lobbed a high ball into the net. "Another error! That makes 30 all. Girls, what can be the matter with Billie?" That same despairing question Billie was asking of herself. "What has become of my control?" she thought wildly. "One more error means game, set, and match." Despite the valiant fight of both Hazel Brown and Billie, the error was made. The fact that the final and fatal error was Hazel's made no difference to Billie. She knew in her heart that it was the incomprehensible wildness of her returns that had stolen the match from him. In characteristic fashion, she put the blame squarely where it belonged. "I'm sorry, Hazel," she said, as she and her partner in defeat crossed the court to shake hands with the victors. "My control got away from me pretty badly." "It's all right," said Hazel gamely. "The match was close, and we almost won, anyway. It's a defeat we needn't be ashamed of." Billie gave the girl a grateful glance. "That's pretty sporting of you, Hazel," she said. But there was nothing sporting about Amanda. When Billie, looking the unpleasant girl steadily in the eye, held out her hand, Amanda slipped her own into it, but her eyes were filled with a mean triumph as they stared into Billie's. "I beat you this time, Billie Bradley," she said in a low tone, "and I will again. You watch." Billie turned away in disgust. She was miserable, humiliated. "Well, I've given Amanda a chance to crow," she thought bitterly. "She beat me in a fair fight. It's her turn." But as she left the court, she found herself surrounded by an excited group composed of her own friends and admirers. "Billie," cried Vi, "it isn't your fault. You were defeated. Amanda tricked you." "Tricked me?" returned Billie wonderingly. But before she could ask any questions, she was hustled from the scene by Laura, Vi, and the others. They fairly ran her toward the hall, and there was a look on their faces that made Billie's heart beat quickly. "Where are you taking me?" she cried. "Wait and see," returned Laura. "Ah, here we are." They turned a corner of the building and came face to face with Ben Halcombe. The old sailor could now hobble about with the aid of a cane. There he stood, leaning on his cane, and with such a look of mystery on his leathery old face that Billie stretched out imploring hands toward him. "Have you anything to do with this mystery?" she cried. "The girls say that Amanda Peabody tricked me. How did they know?" Ben Halcombe had a distinct sense of the dramatic. He did not answer Billie's query in words. Instead, he slowly withdrew his hand from behind his back and held an object toward her. "A racket," said Billie slowly. Then something clicked in her brain. A surge of red came to her face. The racket with which she had lost the match was still in her hand. She raised it and examined it intently for a moment. Then, still without speaking, she reached out her hand to the racket Ben Halcombe held. The old man handed it to her, his eyes crinkling quizzically at the corners. Billie studied the other racket, shifted it in her hand, waited, went through the motions of a service stroke. When she spoke, it was in a quiet tone, an ominously quiet tone from Billie Bradley. "This is my racket," she said, looking about the circle of intent friends. "The other, the one I played with, is the same make, so I never noticed the difference. But my play noticed the difference." Her voice trembled as a sudden white rage at Amanda Peabody surged through her. "This is what you meant, then," she cried, facing the girls. "This was what you meant when you said Amanda had tricked me." "She must have exchanged rackets sometime when you weren't noticing, Billie," nodded Laura. Billie was thoughtful for a moment. Then she whirled upon Ben Halcombe. "How did you find out about this?" she asked. "I was down near the boathouse," the old man explained. "I like the water, you know, and now I'm getting well, I'm plumb homesick for it again. Well, as I was laying there, half hid by those bushes you have planted along the path, I heard voices. They were girls' voices, and I heard one of them say, 'I've hid Billie Bradley's racket. I've heard the girls say Billie can't play so well without that racket. Take it away from her, and she'd be something like Samson with his hair cut off. She wouldn't have any strength or skill left.' Well, I've hid her racket," repeated the girl, with a sort of giggle. "That ought to fix the match." "The wretch!" cried Laura. "Quite so," said the old man, glancing at her. "Well, I didn't pay much attention to that conversation, thinking it was just sort of a prank like schoolgirls like to play on each other. But after a while I got to thinking, and I remembered, with an apologetic look at the intent Billie, then that I'd heard someone say that this was the day of the big tennis match. So I thought to myself, seems like this little joke may turn into a pretty serious piece of mischief after all. So we finished simply. I went into the boathouse, and I searched around till I found a tennis racket hidden behind some oars and paddles. Then I said to myself, maybe this belongs to Billie Bradley. She may or she may not be glad to get it, but I'm going to give it to her just the same." You can imagine how we felt," Laura burst out, "when Mr. Halcombe, called us aside and told us what he'd heard." "We knew Amanda would play a trick on you if she could," added Vi. "And she did," said Billie, very quietly, fingering her racket. "I think you've rather turned the tables on her, just the same, Ben Halcombe. Just you come to the singles match this afternoon, and keep your eyes open." Vi and Laura, Rose and Connie were all for going to Miss Walters's office, there to lay before the head of the school the story of Amanda's treachery. But Billie Bradley shook her head. "Miss Walters might stop the singles match this afternoon," she said, "and that's the last thing in the world I want." Billie Bradley played against Amanda Peabody that afternoon as she had seldom played before. Her service had its old power. Her control was faultless. She played with her rival the way a cat plays with a mouse. Her brilliant, unexpected shots caught Amanda frequently off guard. The latter scurried desperately from one end of the court to the other, lobbing off balls that landed, if not in the net, easily within Billie's reach. It was a shame, the girls agreed later, to treat Amanda so, but they laughed when they said it. The result was that Billie won one of the most decisive victories of her short court career. The scores read 6-4, 6-3, 6-0. For in the last set, Amanda became completely demoralized. She was the sort of player who only plays at top form when winning. The first set was hard fought, and the second fairly so. The last was a rout. As Billie brought her 40 love to game, this winning the set and match, a spontaneous roar of applause broke from the onlookers. "Good for Billie." "What's the matter with Billie?" "She's all right." "You've got your revenge, Billie, and it's a good one." These and other shouts rose above the steady applause of Billie's admirers. On dragging feet, Amanda went sullenly to the net and reached a hand to Billie. The latter ignored the outstretched hand. "Samson has grown his hair again," she said, searing Amanda with her contemptuous glance. "I know all about the boathouse and the trick you played on me, Amanda, and I won't shake hands with you. You are a disgrace to the name of sport." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Great Ballgame. It had been far from Billie Bradley's intention to broadcast the story of Amanda's treachery. She determined to say nothing about it herself, and even wrung from her friends a reluctant promise to maintain silence on the subject. But in some mysterious manner the incident leaked out. Perhaps Ben Halcombe told the story to his cousin, and Miss Pauline took it to Miss Walters. However that may be, the fact remains that Amanda Peabody was summoned to Miss Walters' office one day, and when she came forth she was a very much chastened girl. A few days later, word went about that Amanda had resigned from the tennis team. "She will hold that up against me, too," Billie said, when this word was brought to her. "Whatever happens to Amanda is my fault." "Even when it isn't," Laura Jordan finished, with a giggle. "Just the same, I'm glad to see Amanda punished for that bit of trickery," Vi said. "She deserved it, and more." The next day the girls received a visit from Chet Bradley and Teddy Jordan. Only relatives were permitted to visit the girls at Three Towers Hall. Poor Ferd Stowing, who had wanted to accompany his chums, found himself excluded by this ruling. "We want you to come over to Boxton for the ball game," said Chet, as soon as Billie and Laura entered the reception room. "There'll be eats afterward in the gym and dancing," Teddy said. "About the last spree we'll have before vacation." Of course the girls assented happily, for the affairs at Boxton were always pleasant ones. After they had chatted for a while about school events, Billie spoke of Ben Halcombe and his story of buried treasure. The instant and avid attention of the boys was flattering. In a low tone, Billie told all that she had heard from the old sailor, including his confession of poverty and his need of financial aid. "This looks like our meet," cried Teddy eagerly. "When do we start?" added Chet. After that they plied Billie with questions until she was out of breath answering them. Chet and Teddy were all for seeing Ben Halcombe at once, and having a heart-to-heart talk with him. but the teacher in charge appeared at the moment, warning the boys that they had already exceeded the visiting limit. "I suppose we've got to go," said Teddy reluctantly. "But remember, if you girls decide to go on a treasure hunt, count us in." "Every time," added Chet fervently. The girls carried the news of the invitation to Vi, who, of course, was included. "We can't wear regular party dresses," said Billy, "because both the game and the dance will be in the afternoon." "I don't see why they can't hold the dance in the evening," grumbled Laura. "We don't have time for much fun after the game." "Never mind. Think of all the fun we are going to have this summer." Billy held one of her prettiest afternoon dresses, a blue georgette, trimmed with narrow bands of velvet, before her and studied the effect in the mirror. "Girls, if we don't go on our treasure hunt, I'll never get over the disappointment." The next day was clear and warm, perfect for that time of year. Several other girls from Three Towers Hall had been invited to the festivities at the Boxton Military Academy. They all went down to the boathouse together, half a dozen of them, looking like flowers in their pretty, varicolored dresses. Neither Rose nor Connie had been invited, an oversight which troubled Billy and her three chums considerably. "We'll have to find a couple of nice boys for Connie and Rose, and see that they are invited next time," Billy said. "I feel mean going off for a day's fun without them." "We'll have to set Teddy and Chet to work on that problem," Laura said. "What good are brothers, anyway, if they can't supply all the boys we need?" The little flotilla of canoes was met on the opposite shore by the boys from the academy. As the girls disembarked, looking more than ever like flowers against the somber hues of the boys' uniforms, there was a concerted rush for them, each boy picking out his partner for the day. Chet regarded Laura in open admiration. "Say, you look great in pink," he said, boyishly, "and your hair looks nice, too. Sort of different. What did you do to it?" Laura giggled. "Combed it for a change, and slicked it down a little. Same old haircut, though. Do stop goggling at me, Chet. You look silly." "Oh, very well," said the boy, offended, "if you don't like me to say you look great." Meanwhile, Teddy was saying to Billy, "There isn't a girl here can touch you for looks, Billie Bradley. I can see I'm going to have a tough job holding on to dances after the game." All the time, Ferd Stowing was saying practically the same thing to Vi, who really did look stunning in a straight little golden frock the color of the first spring crocuses. The boys had just time to seat the girls in the grandstand before dashing to the gymnasium to change into their baseball suits. "See you some more later," they cried, and were gone. The game the girls were about to witness was the most important of the season for Boxton. In it they were to meet their bitter rivals and most dangerous opponents, the boys from Claxton Hall. Every year these two teams fought it out for baseball supremacy. Up to the last 2 or 3 years, the teams had seemed very evenly matched. Then Boxton began to slip, and for 2 seasons had been forced to accept defeat at the hands of their rival. Now it seemed that luck was about to change. While the two teams were fairly evenly matched in most ways, it was generally conceded that Boxton's battery was the stronger of the two. Teddy Jordan, first on the list of batting stars, had done some splendid work for Boxton, whereas Chet, in the pitcher's box, was a tough nut for any team to crack. "The boys will never get over it if they don't win today," Vi said. "Every time I've seen Ferd, he's talked of nothing but the battle with Claxton. It means just as much to him as it does to Chet and Teddy, even if he is only a substitute." "Here they come now," cried Laura. "Oh, Billy, don't they look perfectly sweet?" A boy fan seated in front of Laura turned around and grinned. Billy and Vi giggled. "Well, I don't care, they do," contended Laura, flushing. "And what's more, I'd be perfectly willing to say it to their faces." "Go ahead," said Billy, happily munching peanuts. "I'm quite sure Chet, at least, won't mind." But when the boys lined up on the diamond for the first half of the first inning, all frivolity was put aside. The girls settled down to watch the struggle for supremacy between the two teams that fought with all the grim purpose of major leaguers. Inning after inning passed without a score being chalked up for either side. The pitchers on both teams were doing masterly work. Again and again the boys at the bat swung at deceptive balls, missed, and struck out. It was in the 6th inning that the first score was made, a homer for Claxton. 1-0, favor of Claxton, Laura said, under her breath, and only 3 innings left. I don't think our boys can hope to more than tie the score, Billy admitted. If they do that, added Vi, so softly that no one heard her but Billy, who was sitting quite close to her elbow. But the girls underrated the Boxton team. That 1 run for the enemy put Boxton on its mettle. In the 7th, they tied it, making the score 1-1. By this time, the spectators in grandstand and bleachers could scarcely sit still. Cries of "down in front" could be heard on all sides. Still the boys and girls bobbed up, calling encouragement to individual players or joining in the school yells. During the 8th inning, excitement rose to fever heat. During the first half, Boxton made a desperate bid for the 1 run needed for victory, but Claxton held them down, retiring 2 men on fouls, striking out a third. And in the last half of the 8th, Boxton, in its turn, held their adversaries to the 1 run. Such excitement, cried Laura at the beginning of the 9th. In moments of excitement, she had clutched her fair hair with both hands until it stood out all about her head like a rather disorderly halo. I'll never be the same again. Your hair won't if you don't stop clutching at it, retorted Vi, prosaically. Look, here come the boys. The beginning of the 9th, murmured Billy, and the score a tie. This is what Miss Halcombe calls the crucial test. Teddy's at bat, cried Laura. Now, watch. He's bound to hit a homer. Claxton's pitcher, Neil Brennan, wound up slowly, sent a beautiful ball over the plate. A ball that curved maddeningly and dropped as Teddy swung at it. Strike! Cried the umpire. A second ball, a fast one, whizzed wide of the plate. Teddy did not swing at it. 1 ball, sang the umpire. The third ball Teddy caught on the tip of his bat and knocked into the grandstand for a foul. The fourth connected solidly with his bat and sailed into the air for what seemed like a homer. The Boxton supporters were on their feet, yelling madly. An outfielder for Claxton ran backward for the ball, making an astounding leap into the air, caught and fumbled it, and then sent it to the catcher just as Teddy slid into third base. Now it was the turn of the Claxton supporters to roar their admiration of a teammate's prowess. That hit of Teddy's looked like a sure enough homer, sighed Billy. It should have been, returned Laura. I'd like to choke that outfielder. Still, we've a man on third and 2 more still to bat, Vi reminded her. We may bring in that winning run yet. They did. It was a short hit, made by the third man at bat, but it was sufficient to bring 1 man home. Boxton supporters broke into a concerted roar as the scoreboard read, Boxton 2, Claxton 1. The last half of the last inning, cried Laura, gripping her tormented hair with both hands. It would be just like Claxton to score now at the last minute. They may even bring in 2 runs and beat us. Can't be done, said Billy. However, she was by no means as confident as she seemed. Claxton was noted for its ability to turn a seeming defeat into a last-minute victory. And in this game with Boxton, they seemed determined to justify their reputation. Despite the utmost efforts of the home team, Claxton succeeded in getting 3 bases full with 1 man still to bat. 1 good hit and goodbye ball game, groaned Vi. It's up to Chet to hold 'em, murmured Billy. If only he can, came from Laura. Chet stepped into the box. He rolled the ball between his cupped hands for a moment, drew back his arm and let fly. It was a swift ball, perfectly placed, cutting the plate in half. The man behind the bat swung at it. Missed. Strike 1, called the umpire. That's right. Kill him, Chet, shouted Laura. Strike him out. But no one heard her because of the constant roar that went up from the stands. Everyone was standing now, hands waving, shouting, half mad with excitement. Chet wound up carefully, but the ball curved too much, went wide of the plate. Ball 1. The next ball was a swift one, cutting the plate in half. The batter struck at it, missed. Strike 2. The Boxton supporters were going mad. Eat 'em up, Chet. Strike 'em out. Attaboy, Chet. But the next 2 were called balls by the umpire. Was Chet's control beginning to break? 1 more ball, groaned Billy, clenching her hands, and Chet will walk his man home. Stiffen up, Chet. Stiffen up. Chet took his time on the next one. As he wound up slowly, the grandstand groaned in suspense. A strike meant victory, a ball, defeat, and defeat or victory depended upon Chet Bradley. Billie was trembling. Laura had stopped pulling at her hair and stood motionless, hands clenched at her sides. The ball, it came over slowly, directly over the plate, such an easy one to strike. Evidently the Batman thought so. He swung at it with force enough to whirl him half around in the box, then stood staring foolishly at the end of his bat. That ball, that tantalizing ball, had dropped just the fraction of an inch, curving outward as it dropped, and was now safe in the catcher's mitt. Chet had struck his man out. Boxton had won. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crabs to the Crab. The crowd from the stands rushed down upon the field, calling Chet Bradley's name. They raised him on their shoulders, forming a solid snake dance procession. It was some minutes before he was able to escape from his admirers and join his comrades beneath the showers. And such a celebration as they afterward had in the gymnasium. Chet was, of course, the chief hero of the occasion, though Teddy, on the strength of that run in the first half of the ninth, was a close second. Poor Ferd Stowing had spent his time on the substitutes bench, but there was no hint of jealousy in the credit he gave the chums for their excellent performance on the diamond. All the girls are trying to rush our boys, Laura complained, between dances, when Chet and Teddy and Ferd had gone off to fetch glasses of fruit punch. They don't get them away from us, it won't be their fault. Even then, I don't think we'd be neglected, giggled Billie, as a group of 4 or 5 boys bore down toward their corner. That's one good thing about affairs here at Boxton, Vi agreed. There are always so many more boys than girls that we never need be afraid we will have to sit out dances. They had a glorious time the rest of that afternoon. So glorious, in fact, that the girls could hardly tear themselves away when it became necessary to paddle back to Three Towers Hall. And how the boys hated to have them go. It was a wonderful game and a wonderful party, Billie told Teddy Jordan, as the two lingered behind the others on their way back to the boat landing. I never had a better time in my life. There will be more when we get back to school in the fall, said Teddy. By the way, he added, try to get a look at that map of Treasure Cove, will you, Billie? And if you could arrange a meeting between us fellows and Ben Halcombe in the next 2 or 3 days, we'd appreciate it. Might be a good idea to meet the old chap, sort of size him up and talk to him a little more about the treasure ship Marlin. Think you could arrange it? Sure I can, replied Billie. I'll let you know when. So it came to pass that 2 days later a small group of young folks gathered about Ben Halcombe in the woods near Three Towers Hall, and listened to his words as though he were an oracle. Do you really think that mutineer fellow was telling the truth? Ferd Stowing asked. He never lied with his dying breath, Ben protested. There wouldn't have been sense in that. But there's no use talking about it, he added, in a discouraged voice. I ain't got the money to make a search. Suppose we should put up money to make the search, Billie said, softly. A flame leaped into the blue eyes of the old sailor. He studied the ring of intent young faces for a moment in silence. Then he asked, You really mean that? No fooling? We really mean it. No fooling, answered Billie solemnly. Ben Halcombe stretched out a sunburned hand. Reckon we'll shake on that, he said, seeing as we're partners from this time on, and once the fortune's found, he lowered his voice and looked about him cautiously. Once we've dug up the Marlin's treasure, we'll split an even 50-50. He got to his feet slowly with the aid of the cane he was still forced to carry. He reached in his pocket and extracted an old-fashioned wallet. From this, with the greatest care, he drew a piece of crumpled paper. He handed this solemnly to Billie Bradley. It's the map, he said. You can make a copy of it, and then give the original back to me. He stood now for a moment, regarding the young people as they bent absorbedly over the crumpled bit of paper. Then his rugged old face suddenly broke into a myriad quizzical wrinkles. "Avast, me hearties, avast!" he cried, and raised an imaginary tankard on high, as though about to drink their health. "Here's to us, adventurers all! May we live hardy and die hard! And here," extending his sunburned hand to them once more, "is my hand upon it." Having made this fascinating compact with Ben Halcombe, the boys and girls could scarcely wait to leave their respective schools and return to North Bend. Even the two big dances, one at Boxton Academy and the other at Three Towers Hall, to which generally they all looked forward eagerly during the entire school year, paled into insignificance beside the proposed treasure hunt. The girls copied the map and stowed this copy away safely among their belongings, returning the original to the old sailor. The latter, now almost completely recovered from his accident, left Three Towers the day before commencement, expressing the hope that he would see the girls and boys again before long. "He will," ejaculated Billy. "If there is any delay, it will be the fault of our families, not ours," added Vi. The closing festivities were over at last, and there came the day when Billy and Vi and Laura stood on the station platform at Mulata, waiting for the train that would bear them back to North Bend and their parents. There were others on the platform, too. In fact, the station was crowded with groups of boys and girls, all excited and elated at the prospect of being released from school. Teddy Jordan and Chet Bradley were there, and Ferd Stowing. The three immediately took in tow the North Bend girls' luggage as well as their own. Suddenly Vi exclaimed, "Here comes Amanda Peabody." Laura giggled. "She is going to pass close to us so that she can give us the cut direct. Watch." Amanda swept by, closely followed by her shadow. The former's nose was in the air. She looked directly at Billy and her chums, and then passed them by without a sign of recognition. "Didn't I tell you?" cried Laura. But Billy uttered an exclamation of horror. "Chet," she cried, "what did you do?" "Nothing," returned Chet, trying to look innocent. "You did, too. I saw you drop something into Amanda's handbag as she went by." "Only it wasn't much," Chet argued. "Only a crab." "A crab!" cried Laura and Vi, as horrified as Billy had been a moment before. "You don't mean to say," added Laura, "that you put a live crab into Amanda's handbag?" "Dead crab would be worse," Chet argued. At the moment there came a wild scream from farther down the platform. The three girls craned their necks and saw Amanda running toward them, with something suspended from one uplifted, wildly waving hand. "A crab!" she screamed. "A live crab! Someone get it off, quick! Ow!" Several boys and girls ran to her assistance, while the ripple of laughter among the young folks on the station platform rose to a merry shout. Before Billy could see whether Amanda had been released from her unfortunate predicament, the train came rumbling into the station. "That was a mean trick," she told her brother, as the latter reached for the luggage. "It's no fun to have a crab bite you." "Crabs don't bite, they pinch," amended Chet. "Anyway, it's all right. Sweets to the sweet, you know, and crabs to the crab." In spite of herself, Billy giggled as she climbed aboard the train. The ride back to North Bend seemed unusually short and pleasant. Upon their arrival there, the girls and boys found their parents waiting for them. On all sides were the joyful greetings of families reunited. "See you tomorrow," Billy called to her friends as she and Chet started off toward home, escorted by their father and mother. "We'll want to talk over, well, you know what." They did, and they were surprised, these eager would-be adventurers, to find out how much talking over with their parents was necessary before consent was given to their exciting plans. "I've heard about this place you speak of," said Mr. Bradley. He was beginning to weaken. Both Billy and Chet knew the signs. "Treasure Cove, Dad," Chet prompted. Yes," admitted Mr. Bradley. "It's a simple, old-fashioned summer resort, I believe, where people go from one year to the other. It has a reputation." "What sort, Dad?" Billy sat on the arm of her father's chair and ruffled up his hair. Her tone was coaxing. Billy's mother pretended to be sewing, but all the time she was watching her husband and children with an understanding eye. If anyone had been watching her closely, it might have seemed that she was laughing to herself. I believe," continued Mr. Bradley, clearing his throat again, "that there is an odd romantic story about the place. People say that pirates used to land there in the old days. That's where it got its name of Treasure Cove." "Then if you know the place, you won't mind letting us go there, will you, Dad?" Billy coaxed. "Would be perfectly safe, especially if we take the boys along." Mrs. Bradley looked up from her sewing. The gleam in her eyes was more noticeable now. "Let them go, Martin," she said in her sweet, soft voice. "Remember the time when you were young? It wasn't so long ago, really. And be merciful." "Mother!" cried Billy, jumping up. "Do you mean that we may go?" "If your father says so," returned Mrs. Bradley. Martin Bradley lifted his shoulders in a gesture of defeat, and laughed. "What chance have I got with 3 against me? Go and dig up your treasure, you two. Jove!" with a sigh, "I wish I were going with you." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Surprise. In like manner did Laura Jordan and Vi Farrington win over their parents to the idea of the treasure hunt. That part settled, and a very important part it was, they began to make arrangements for immediate departure. However, the girls, girl-like, were eager to do a little shopping before starting for Treasure Cove. The boys, boy-like, could see no profit in shopping when there was adventure to be had. So the latter finally decided to go on ahead of the girls and get things ready for them. "Though what there is to get ready, I'm sure I don't know," said Vi protestingly. "We are going to a hotel." "Boarding house," corrected Laura. "Well, boarding house, then. Anyway, everything will be prepared for us without the boys' help." "We might as well humor them," said Billy amiably, "especially," with a chuckle, "since they can't hope to start anything before we come. We are holding the map, you know." So it was arranged that the boys would go to Treasure Cove a day or two before the girls. Mr. Bradley, who was on speaking terms with the proprietor of the glorified boarding house, which masqueraded as the Treasure Cove Hotel, wrote to secure accommodations for the boys and girls. A reply was received from Mrs. Wellington Opp, the proprietor, in which she regretfully stated that she could accommodate 3 of the young people, but that was all. "You girls had better board with Mrs. Opp, then," Mr. Bradley said, upon receipt of the letter. "She is a pleasant, kindly soul who could be trusted to keep an eye on you and see that you behave yourselves." "But how about the boys?" Billy protested. After more thought and some inquiry on the subject, Mr. Bradley finally found that there was another hostelry of sorts at Treasure Cove. "The Blue Anchor, it's called," he said. "Probably the boys can secure accommodations there." So the boys promptly wrote on to the Blue Anchor, and were told that they could be accommodated with ease. "I hope it isn't far from the Treasure Cove Hotel," commented Laura. "I have a notion that we're going to dream of that dying mutineer quite a bit after we get to Treasure Cove. It might be rather comfortable to have the boys close at hand." "Dad says the Blue Anchor is only a short distance down the beach," Billy assured her. "I guess," she added, with a chuckle, "we shall get as much of the boys' company as we want while we are there." "Maybe more," added Vi. So the boys started, and the girls saw them off with a feeling of regret that they had not hastened their own preparations. "We can be ready by day after tomorrow, anyway," said Billy, "so they won't have much of a start on us." The girls were so busy with their last minutes of packing and with the last-minute calls of their friends, who were frankly envious of the 3 girls' good fortune, that a special day after tomorrow came about before they were aware of it. On that eventful morning, they were accompanied to the station by half the youthful population of North Bend. The girls were rather surprised to see Amanda Peabody and Eliza Dilks on the platform of the station when they arrived. Amanda stood close to them while they waited for the train, and kept up a conversation with her shadow which was clearly audible to everyone in her neighborhood. "I've always wanted to go to Europe," the girls heard her say. "In fact, it has been my lifelong ambition. So now that my rich Aunt Jane has asked me to be her companion, I am so happy I can scarcely live. It seems too wonderful to be true." "Rats," said Laura in a low voice. "I don't believe she is going any further than upstate New York." However, Amanda continued to discourse in a loud voice about her European trip, till the train came and drowned out the words. In the excitement of parting with their friends, and trying to answer a dozen questions in the same breath, the girls rather lost sight of Amanda. But later, when the train was well under way, they found her in the car next to theirs. A suitcase was tucked under her feet, and she was either reading or pretending to read a magazine. When Billy and her chums passed her, she made no sign that she had seen them, other than a slight elevation of her nose and a supercilious curl of her lip. "We are the dust beneath her feet," giggled Laura, when they had returned to their own car. "I never saw such a girl to give herself airs." "And without a reason in the world," added Vi. "I wonder," said Billy dreamily, after a few minutes of silence, "if she really is going to Europe." "Maybe," said Laura indifferently. "Her people have money enough, I guess. But even if she is going to Europe, we wouldn't exchange our party for hers, would we?" asked Vi. "I should say not," exclaimed Laura and Billy together. "Almost anyone can go to Europe," added Billy, giggling, "but not everyone can hunt a Chinese treasure." "Shh!" Vi warned, looking about her uneasily. "I wouldn't talk about it so loud, Billy, if I were you. You can never tell who might be listening." "Who would be listening?" cried Laura, scornfully. "You've been looking at too many movies lately, Vi Farrington." Billy looked thoughtful. "I don't know but Vi's right at that," she said. "What we are going to do should be kept a secret, especially after we get to Treasure Cove. If we don't keep it a secret, the knowledge we have won't be much good to us," she pointed out. Laura still did not look convinced. "I was going to ask for a look at the map," she said, eyebrows raised, "but I suppose, according to you and Vi, that would be out of the question." "Afraid so," agreed Billy. "We'd better wait till we're in our room at the boarding house, with the door safely closed and locked." "And the window shades drawn," added Vi solemnly. "You give me the creeps," protested Laura, with a shudder. "If you don't stop, I'll be seeing a villain in every innocent man or woman I meet. I'm willing to bet we could have that map spread out in full view of everyone in this train, and no one here would even glance at it." "Probably you are right," said Billy, with a nod, "but I still think it would be foolish to take any unnecessary chances." "Suppose," said Vi, "that someone should find where the treasure was hidden before we had a chance to. What if we should trace out the map successfully and find only a yawning hole?" suggested Billy, with a giggle. "A yawning hole," Vi accepted, "at the end of the search." "Horrors!" cried Laura. "Why suppose such a thing?" "All right." Meeting Vi's solemn and Billy's mischievous eyes fixed upon her, "I'll be good. I shan't ask for even one glimpse of the paper, you know what I mean, until we get to Treasure Cove. And about our precious secret, I'll be as silent as the tomb. How's that?" "Excellent," replied Billy, "if you only keep to your good resolution. There's one thing that's worrying me, though," she added pensively. "Ben Halcombe slipped away so suddenly from the hall that I don't believe any of us got his address. Did you, Vi, or you, Laura?" Each in turn shook her head. "We never thought of it," they admitted. "We must get word to him in some way," Billy went on, "and we don't want to ask too many questions, or we may make people suspicious." "We'll find him," Laura prophesied. "From his story, it seems to me he must live near this place where we are going to stay." "Poor old fellow," said Laura, and began to laugh. "What are you laughing at now?" Billy and Vi wanted to know. "I was thinking," Laura explained, "what a joke it will be on Miss Pauline Halcombe if we find the treasure." The girls were forced to change trains at New York City. They were a little confused at first, but finally, by dint of persistent questioning, found their way to the Long Island Railway Station. There they found a guard who seemed to understand where they wanted to go, and finally put them on the right train. On this, they found they must change at Jamaica, and all but missed making connections at this point. When they finally neared their destination, they were hot and weary, disgruntled, and a little homesick. "Wonder if the boys will be here to meet us," said Laura, as she reached for their hats and suitcases. "Probably not," Vi answered. "We wired ahead what time we would leave North Bend, but it seems to me we've been a dreadfully long time getting here. Probably the boys have gotten tired and gone home." "If I know anything about these three boys, they'd wait here all day if they had to, rather than miss us," said Billy, with spirit. "And I don't think we're so late getting here, after all." "Where's my umbrella?" cried Vi, searching frantically under her seat. "Here it is," said Billy, coming to the rescue. "It has been sticking into my leg all the way. What's the matter, Laura? You look as if you'd found some money." "The boys!" cried Laura. Billy peered from the window as the train slid up to the long platform. "And there's someone with them! Girls, I believe it's Ben Halcombe himself." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Wellington Opp. Billie Bradley and her chums were so relieved at the sight of familiar faces that they fairly fell over each other in an effort to reach the platform. The boys were rather anxiously scanning each passenger as she or he descended from the train. At the sight of the three girls they gave a whoop of delight, at the same time grabbing bags, umbrellas, and other paraphernalia. "We have a surprise for you," said Teddy, when the first flurry of greetings was over. "We know," Billy cried. "We saw him from the train. How did you ever find him, and get him here so soon?" "Oh, as sleuths we can't be beaten," said Ferd complacently. The girls were glad to see Benjamin Halcombe. For his part, the sailor seemed just as glad to see them. He shook hands with them over and over again, bidding them "Avast, me hearties, and heave to," until he was quite out of breath. "Where are you staying?" Billy asked him, when she could make her voice heard. At this the old sailor looked embarrassed, and cast a pleading glance in Teddy's direction. "He's staying with us at the Blue Anchor," said the latter promptly, at least with a chuckle. "He hasn't given his final answer yet. We're depending on you girls to persuade him." "Oh, please do!" they cried. "We were so worried because we forgot to ask your address," said Billy. "Now that we've found you, or rather, now that the boys have found you—" "That's better," put in Chet. "We don't want to take the chance of losing you again," finished Billy. "Please stay, won't you?" The old sailor flushed uncomfortably and muttered something about not wanting to be beholden to anyone. Instantly the girls realized the cause of his embarrassment. Why, they wondered, had they been so stupid as not to have guessed it at once? The poor old man had no money of his own. Probably he could not afford to put up at a hotel, even one like the Blue Anchor, and his stubborn pride would not permit him to put himself under obligations to the boys and girls. Billy said quickly, "You see, we are really beholden to you, Mr. Ben Halcombe. If it were not for you, we would not be here, embarking on one of the loveliest adventures in the world. That would pay us back, over and over again, for any little thing we may be able to do for you. Besides, we need you to advise us in our search. Please, you must stay with us." Who but Billie Bradley could have put the situation so plausibly and yet so delicately? Who but Billie Bradley could have made the old man feel that he would do the young folks an injury by going, a favor by staying? Who else could have conquered that stubborn pride of his so quickly? "Well, well, lass," said he, "we'll see." But Billy knew by his tone and by his look that she had won. They found the Treasure Cove Hotel a pleasant place when they came to it. It was a frame building, set back from the water's edge and entirely surrounded by a narrow old-fashioned porch. Although it was only 2 stories high, it was quite broad, giving it a plump, matronly appearance that was very prepossessing. The front of it seemed a solid block of windows, and at each window were immaculate white curtains. These swung inward, fanned by a brisk ocean breeze. "Don't you love it?" whispered Laura in Billy's ear as they ascended the broad, comfortable porch steps. "I'll wager," she added with a giggle, "that it looks just like Mrs. Wellington Opp." But in this she did the plump, smiling widow an injustice. Mrs. Wellington Opp was much, much nicer than her home. In fact, before they had been at Treasure Cove a week, The girls were ready to declare that she was almost the nicest person they had ever met. She was plump and rosy-faced, this good landlady, with a mass of waving taffy-colored hair that she drew back softly from her face and fastened in a knot at the top of her head. A top knot that was absurdly becoming to her broad, merry face and sparkling eyes. Their first glimpse of her was pleasing enough. As they entered the hall of the old-fashioned building, she was bent over a ledger. There were marks of deep thought on her forehead, and these evidences of mental struggle were not entirely erased, even when she looked up and saw the girls. She came toward them at once, however, a characteristic smile wreathing her broad face. "Lor!" she cried, upon learning who they were. "You must be plumb tuckered out, comin' all this way. Could you take a bit of tea before I show you your rooms?" The girls assented eagerly. The boys, learning that they and Ben Halcombe were included in the invitation, followed the girls into the dining room. It was a pleasant place with its many windows and long tables. "Sort of like the dining hall at Three Towers," giggled Laura. "It's so different," finished Vi. "I must say I can't see a great deal of resemblance myself." "I love it," said Billy. "Everything's so clean, and just smell that sea breeze." "Wait till you've been here for a while," prophesied Teddy. "You won't want to go home ever." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a maid from the kitchen. She bore a tray of sandwiches and small cakes, which she set down before the ravenous young people. She disappeared, then returned almost immediately with a pot of tea, cups, and saucers. "Ooh," sighed Laura, "everything tastes so good. I had no idea I was so nearly starved. Can't we have more sandwiches?" to the indulgently smiling maid. The latter nodded, smiled, and returned in a few moments with another heaped-up tray. They managed to satisfy their appetites after a while, and then the girls asked to be shown their rooms. "Laura, I forgot to tell you," Miss Opp exclaimed. "It's only one room, really. It's a big room, and I've had a cot set up." Since this was what the girls had really desired, anyway, they made no protest. "Don't be long," the boys called after them, as the girls prepared to follow Mrs. Wellington Opp. "We want to introduce you to Bodley Bay," added Chet. The girls found the one room they were to occupy together very comfortably, though plainly furnished. There was a double bed and a cot, and at the foot of each was an old-fashioned patchwork quilt. "I reckon we'll need those at night," remarked Billy, referring to the quilt. "It must get cool here right on the water." "Lor, yes," agreed Mrs. Opp, bustling about to give last-minute touches to everything, although the room was in such perfect order it was a mystery what she found to do. "You'd be surprised how cold it gets here at nights. But I like it. Lor, yes, I do. Sometimes it must be a part of me. My people have all been seafaring folk." "Dad says you can trace your ancestry back to the Mayflower," Billy remarked politely. Alas, if Billy had known what this remark would lead to, assuredly she would never have made it. For fully 15 minutes the tongue of Mrs. Wellington Opp wagged steadily, and by the end of that time had traced her family tree clear back to Samuel and Mary, who came over in the Mayflower. The girls knew they should have been impressed, but they were only bored and impatient. At last Billy found a chance to change the subject. "Dad said they called this place Treasure Cove because there's a legend that pirates used to land here and bury their stolen loot," she said casually. Mrs. Wellington Opp chuckled, that chuckle that never failed to grow into the heartiest laugh imaginable. "Lord, that's a good one," she gasped. "Maybe there was treasure here in the old days, but if so, it's been dug up long ago. Don't you go bothering your pretty heads about it," she added, giving them a keen, shrewd look. "Of the people who go looking for treasure, about 1 out of every 1,000 finds it. You can take my word for it. There's no pirate's treasure here at Treasure Cove." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bodley Bay. After the door closed upon Mrs. Wellington Opp, the girls looked at each other for a few moments in rather solemn silence. She seemed to sort of know what she was talking about, suggested Vi, in a low voice. Maybe, said Laura, with a shrug of her pretty shoulders. But then we are not out after pirates' treasure, you know. We are out after the buried Chinese treasure of the good ship Marlin, cried Billy. Her merry laugh cut across the rather solemn mood of the other two girls. Don't look so serious, you two. Mrs. Wellington Opp may know a lot about her forebears of the Mayflower, but she doesn't know anything about the mutiny aboard the Marlin and what happened afterward. So run a comb through your hair, quick, and let's go out and find the boys and Ben Halcombe. I've a fancy to explore this place. Her enthusiasm and good spirits were contagious. Hands were hastily washed, hair combed, and they were ready to join the boys. They found the latter impatiently awaiting them on the porch. Teddy pulled out his watch and showed it to them, a gesture of mute reproach. Couldn't help it, giggled Laura. We had to listen to Mrs. Wellington Opp's family tree. Ben Halcombe had lighted an old pipe and was puffing contentedly at it. He chuckled. You'll find most of the folks in these parts had ancestors that came over in the Mayflower, he said. Most of 'em can't prove it, but then nobody can disprove it, so you've got to swallow it all, hook, line, and sinker. Well, getting up and knocking the ashes from his pipe, using the porch railing for the purpose, shouldn't wonder if we'd best be going. Treasure Cove was a typical small fishing village. Besides the two hotels, there were a few scattered houses, a boathouse where rowboats could be had, for hire, at so much an hour, a row of bathhouses, which also might be hired by the hour or by the season, and a clam chowder and a hot dog place where one might seek ease and refreshment after hours of outdoor exercise. The beach was smooth and white and inviting. There was in their ears the rhythmic drum of the surf as it broke and sprayed froth on the sand. Beyond the line of the breakers were fishing smacks, swaying gently to the long roll of the combers. Anglers took their somnolent ease. Basking in the sun, backs bent, elbows on knees, they awaited the dip and tug of the line, the thrilling signal for furious if short-lived activity. Lazy sport, fishing, Teddy observed. That's why it's so popular, maybe, remarked Billy with a chuckle. It's such a lovely excuse for laziness. We'll try it some day, Chet said. But just then their minds were on something other than fishing. They were thinking with a vivid realization of what that thought meant, that it was somewhere near here that 3 desperate mutineers had fought for possession of a buried treasure, and, in the fight, had given up their lives. They had been walking rather slowly along the beach toward the Blue Anchor, the headquarters of Ben and the boys during their stay at Treasure Cove. Now Billy unconsciously hastened her steps. "Whoa, Billy!" cried Ferd. "Where's the fire?" Billy stopped, smiled a little sheepishly, and came back to them. "I was thinking about the treasure," she said in a low tone. "I was wondering where it is hidden," finished Vi. "If we knew that," observed Laura, with a shake of her head, "the search would be over before it was begun." "Wait till we come to the bay, and I'll show you something," said Ben Halcombe. His tone was significant. The young folks glanced at him and at each other, and walked on again, aware of a slight quickening of the pulse. They passed the Blue Anchor, stealing a moment from their more interesting pursuits to glance into its interior. An old-fashioned place, the Blue Anchor, fairly smelling of the sea. Old ship's lanterns served for lights, upholstered bunks took the place of benches, and pictures of boats and enormous fish adorned the walls. Just off this main room could be seen the kitchen, built on the lines of a galley, and emitting a very tempting aroma of cooking things. Cried Laura, "what a perfectly sweet place. I like it lots better than Mrs. Wellington Opp's." "Please, may we come over and visit you once in a while and eat under a ship's lantern?" Billy coaxed. "Whenever and as often as you like," the boys assured her heartily. "I imagine we'll eat here often," Teddy said more seriously, "once the hunt is really under way." That reference to their purpose in this little fishing village thrilled the girls and caused them to lose interest temporarily in the Blue Anchor and all other points not directly connected with their treasure hunt. "What was that you were going to show us?" asked Vi of Ben Halcombe, when they were again in the open. "Nothing but a glimpse of the bay," said the old sailor, in a disappointingly placid tone. "Come along." The Blue Anchor was situated close to Bodley Bay. "Across there," said Ben, pointing with his stubby forefinger to the opposite shore, "is where I figure my dying mutineer by the name of Joe came from. Look hard," he directed, turning to the young people. His keen, shrewd eyes narrowed until they showed only a brilliant blue gleam between the lids. "Look hard at that opposite shore, and tell me what you see." "I see what seems to be a particularly nice white beach," offered Vi. "Not enough," said the old sailor. "Look again." "On the ocean side there seem to be rocks, lots of them," added Laura. "Enough to wreck a ship, I should think." "The cliffs!" Billy suddenly gripped the old sailor's arm. "Isn't that what you mean, Ben Halcombe? Isn't it?" "You've guessed it, lass." The sailor's leathery face crinkled in a strange, grim smile. "That cliff is where I reckon the two other rogues fought and fell to their deaths on the rocks below." "Ah!" The exclamation fell unconsciously from the lips of the boys and girls. They stared at the cliff, reconstructing the violent scene that might have taken place at that point. Three covetous, blood-stained rogues, fighting to the death for possession of a treasure they were destined never to possess. Two had, in all probability, met a terrible death on those jagged rocks beneath the cliff. The third had escaped with a secret, and with mortal wounds that had sent him to a swift and certain reckoning. Tragic treasure buried behind those cliffs. Billie Bradley was the first to bring herself back to a knowledge of the present. "I suppose it's too late to go over there now," she said longingly. Ben nodded. "Reckon so, lass. We'd better wait and start early in the morning." "We'll be ready at daybreak," the girls cried eagerly. "We'd better take plenty to eat with us," suggested Ferd. "Something tells me we're going to just about live over there at that point." "You're right, old boy," agreed Teddy, "at least until we find the—" Chet broke in with a soft whistle, while Billy put her hand on Teddy's arm. "Easy has it, lad," warned Ben. "We can't be too careful what we say about this here project of ours. And if we're going over to the point tomorrow, which I reckon we are, we'd better start before daybreak so as to avoid too much notice. And," he turned to Billy, "you'd better guard that map, lass, I'm thinking. It might be dangerous to leave it lie around." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Treasure Hunt. It was this warning on the part of Ben Halcombe that determined Billie Bradley to keep the map somewhere about her person all the time, whether waking or sleeping. "Of course it's only a copy," she said, "but it tells just as much as the original." The girls studied the copied map that night in the privacy of their room. Before Billy brought it from its hiding place, they made sure that the door was locked and the shades drawn tight over the windows. Then they sat down to examine it, eyes intent, faces grave. It was only the rough, crude drawing of unlettered men, with crosses and dots here and there that seemed to the girls to have no meaning whatsoever. At the top was an irregular figure that might have been meant to represent a rock bulging out conspicuously. Below there was a circle with a dot in the center of it. This dot was marked CT. "Probably stands for Chinese treasure," Vi hazarded. "And it might mean anything else," Laura pointed out. "For instance?" demanded Vi quickly. "Well, I don't know," Laura admitted, bending closer over the map. "I'm just trying to figure it out." "CT might stand for cross there," Billy suggested. "There were lines radiating out from this dot and circle, you see," she went on, "and there wouldn't be any reason for the lines if the treasure were really buried at the spot marked CT. "I don't believe that there is any reason for the lines except to get us mixed up," Vi said, half resentfully. "Looks like a Chinese puzzle to me." Billy remained silent for some time, scrutinizing the map. Then she said, "I've been thinking about this map a good bit, and I've worked out a theory about it. We have to admit the Map is rather vague and unsatisfactory. It's all of that, exclaimed Vi. But it may have been made so intentionally. Laura and Vi stared. What do you mean? They demanded. Well, you see, Billy went on, warming to her theme, the mutineers knew where they had buried the treasure, so the map was plenty good enough for them. All they needed was a guide to refresh their memories, that's all. And perhaps— she lowered her voice and glanced about her as though the mutineers themselves might be listening to what she said. They didn't want to make the map too plain for fear it would fall into strangers' hands and point too clear a path to the treasure. Vi and Laura considered this theory for a moment, then nodded gravely. You may be right, Vi agreed reluctantly. And if you are, Laura added, it looks very much as though the joke were on us. I believe we'll find the treasure, said Billy, as she folded the map carefully and put it away. But I believe we'll have to look for it and look hard. The girls rose the next morning before the sun was up. Billy looked from the window and saw the first rose tint of the dawn in the east. We'd better hurry, she whispered. I promised the boys we'd be down at the bay by daybreak, and it's quite a little walk from here, you know. The girls dressed swiftly, and so quietly that no one else in the house was disturbed by their hasty preparations for the day's wonderful adventure. They left a short scribbled note for Mrs. Wellington Opp on the dresser. The note informed their landlady that they had gone for an early fishing trip with their brothers, and that Mrs. Opp was not to be alarmed should they fail to return until much later in the day. We are going fishing, said Laura, a little breathlessly, but not for the kind of fish Mrs. Wellington Opp will think of when she reads that note. They stole out of the house softly. On the beach they reveled in the brisk early morning air. They filled their lungs with it and looked out over the ocean to where the rosy streak of dawn grew steadily wider. This reminder sent them scurrying to the place where they had promised to meet the boys. They found the latter and Ben Halcombe awaiting them. 2 boats were drawn up on the beach. They were rowboats, and one of them was filled with provisions. In the other were 2 spades, a shovel, and a pickaxe. These preparations delighted the girls. Ben's a wonder, Chet confided to his sister as they prepared to embark. He insisted that we get things ready last night. By Jove, he thinks of everything. Where are we going to have breakfast? Asked Billy, conscious of a certain emptiness. Over on the point, Teddy explained. We have an old grill, bacon and rolls, and a thermos bottle filled with coffee. Will it taste good? Will it? Cried Billy longingly. Just lead us to it. They decided to cut straight across the bay to the opposite shore. We might round the point and land on the other side of it, said Ben, but in that case we'd have to make a pretty broad sweep oceanwards, or we'd like as not get caught in the breakers and be dashed up against the rocks. So I figured we could tie the boats on the bay side and cross on foot. Sounds safer, Billy admitted. They all got in, filling the 2 boats pretty thoroughly, and set out for the opposite shore. We started at last, cried Vi, her eyes on the bleak line of cliff across the bay. Oh, girls, do you suppose we will find it today? Might, replied Billy, but I wouldn't count on it too much, Laura added. The bay had seemed small to the girls, but that was in comparison with the great Atlantic, against which all things appear small. They were surprised to find how long it took them to reach the opposite shore, in spite of the fact that the boys, aided by the girls, rowed steadily and with determination. When the boats finally grounded in shallow water, the sun had definitely separated itself from the heralding banners of the sunrise, and gleamed a dazzling ball of brilliance just above the horizon. The girls scrambled over the luggage in the boats and jumped ashore. Vi splashed herself quite badly in the process, but dismissed the mishap with an airy wave of the hand. What if I did get my shoes and stockings wet? She cried. I've a good mind to take 'em off anyway. This sand would feel glorious on one's feet. Go ahead, Ferd urged. I guess we can do pretty much as we please over here. Anyone ever occupy this point? He asked of the old sailor. Not that I know of, said the latter, with a shake of his head. It ain't a place to attract folks, this point ain't. There's danger on the rocks, and the swimming ain't so good as on the mainland. No, we should have the place pretty well to ourselves while we're here." From where they had landed, the beach shelved upward until it reached a considerable eminence. At the top was a flat plateau, covered with rock and a stunted, stubbly grass. In the shadow of one of these rocks, the young folks and the old sailor sat down to prepare their breakfast. "I've cooked lunch and dinner on a beach," Billy said, "but this is the first time I ever had breakfast. Somebody please give me another bacon and roll sandwich." After breakfast, they shouldered their dunnage and started off for the farther side of the point. It was rough going over the stubbly, rock-strewn ground, and the treasure hunters made rather slow work of it. They did not realize how steady their ascent had been until they came upon a cliff-like promontory whose side showed an almost sheer descent to the beach below. Chet whistled softly. "I suppose we've got to get down," he said, "but how?" "The mutineers must have managed it," remarked Ben quietly, "and if they did, I'm willing to bet dollars to doughnuts we can." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sailor's Story. Despite the old sailor's confident prophecy, it cost the young folks considerable time and patience to find a possible pathway down the steep face of the cliff. It was Billie Bradley who at last discovered it, a barely perceptible trail with stones here and there on which the feet could find support, and tough vines growing among the rocks, vines that might be clutched in the descent, lessening the danger of a fall. Even at that, it was a precarious passageway, and the party hesitated for some time before deciding to trust themselves to it. "We should have brought a rope and tied ourselves together the way the tourists do in Switzerland when they go mountain climbing," suggested Laura. "Anyway, we boys will go first," Teddy suggested. "And if any of you girls slip, you can slip onto us." "What a nice soft cushion you will make," giggled Vi. "Don't try us, though," Teddy went on, "unless you find it absolutely necessary." "If one of us doesn't break a leg," said Chet cheerfully, "it will be just dumb luck." "Ouch! Quit stepping on my hand, Ferd. Haven't I got troubles enough as it is?" With one or two minor mishaps, they managed to make the descent. Ben Halcombe put a hand on Teddy's shoulder and rested there rather heavily for a moment. His face looked white. "Just twisted my bad ankle a mite, seems like," he said, in response to their anxious queries. "Maybe I shouldn't have tried mountain climbing quite so soon." "We shouldn't have let you," cried Billy penitently. "Can you walk?" asked Teddy. "Or will you rest here while we go on and have a look for the hiding place? If we find anything that looks promising, we can come back and get you," Ferd added. But this suggestion, kindly meant, was rejected instantly, almost curtly, by the old sailor. "Reckon I can follow on," he said gruffly, "provided you give me a lift now and then over the rough places." So the party moved on again more slowly, and hampered by a stubborn old man who hurt his ankle rather badly, could not be made to admit it. Still, there was excitement in the adventure, a thrill such as the young people had never felt before. They examined the stretch of white sand before them, and the tall cliff that towered overhead with eyes that missed no variation in the handiwork of nature. Now that they were unquestionably safe from observation, Ben took out his map, the original soiled and crumpled scrap of paper given to him by the dying mutineer. The young people crowded about him, and for several minutes they studied the map in silence. "Doesn't give us very much to go by," Billy said after a minute. Ben nodded grave assent. "It don't for a fact," he admitted. "If my mutineer hadn't mentioned Treasure Cove and the cliff that overhung the rocks on the point, we wouldn't had much to go on. As it is—" He hesitated, and Laura leaped into the pause with an eager, "What we have to look for is a rock, isn't it? A big overhanging rock?" "With a small rock at the foot of it. And after that we'll pace off these lines here. They may mean something, and then again they mayn't." "The thing is," Chet broke in, scanning the face of the cliff closely, "that in a place like this there may be a dozen overhanging rocks. From where I stand I can see 2 or 3 right now. How are we expected to tell which is the right one?" "Dig," said the old sailor grimly. "Reckon we're going to do a sight of digging before we're through, son. And now let's find that rock." Easier said than done. As Chet Bradley had predicted, the face of the cliff was fairly lined with projecting rocks, any one of which, according to the map, might have marked the burying spot of the treasure. The treasure seekers found smaller rocks, too, scattered along the beach, but none of these was in proper position, as indicated by the map. However, they did not pass one likely spot without giving it a trial, and a good one. They dug until their backs were sore and stiff with digging, and their fingers blistered. At noon they sat down to eat bacon sandwiches, thoughtfully prepared at breakfast for just this emergency, and drank what was left of the coffee. All afternoon they alternately searched and dug. Searched and dug. The shadows of early evening found them tired, discouraged, willing to call it a day. Ben Halcombe had been forced to give up hours since. His ankle was paining him so badly that he was no longer able to keep up a pretense of indifference. One discovery, at least, was of advantage to them. They found an easier way up the cliff. They used this easier way on the return journey and were very grateful for it. "We never could have gotten the poor old fellow up the same path we came down this morning," Vi said. "I don't know what we would have done." "Camped here for the night, probably," returned Laura. "And I must say it's a dreary enough place to camp, day or night." Bathed in the shadows of evening, the beach, so brilliant beneath the sun of midday, was a cheerless dun gray. The water, pounding in a never-ending line of breakers against the shore, seemed to menace with some nameless danger. The girls shivered and hurried on after Ben Halcombe and the boys. It seemed an endless journey back to the place where they had left their boats. Their minds were filled with thoughts of the 3 mutineers who had fought, and 2 of whom had plunged to a horrible death upon the rocks beneath the cliff. "The place seems filled with ghosts," Billy murmured. "I'll be glad when we've crossed the bay." In due time they found their boats, entered them, and pushed off into deeper water. They rowed, almost in silence, for the opposite shore. It was only when the lights of the Blue Anchor were plainly visible that Ben Halcombe spoke. "Reckon I can't go treasure hunting with you young folks no more," he said quietly. "My ankles hurt worse than I was willing you should know. Maybe laid up for a week, 2 weeks, maybe more. But there's one thing I want you to promise me." The 2 boats were close together. The dip of the oars was almost inaudible as the young folks listened to the quiet voice of the old sailor. "I want to find this treasure more'n I've ever wanted anything else on earth," Ben Halcombe continued. "And it ain't for myself nor for the money it can buy me that I want it, neither. It's for a friend." Again the young people waited, regarding the old man's kind leathery face with dawning comprehension. "I had a friend once," the old sailor continued, "and a better friend than Mike O'Reilly, bosun, no man could want. Many's the sea we've sailed together, and many's the golden port we've seen, and hated to leave." "Hated to leave, did I say?" Ben had dropped his eyes to his gnarled, powerful hands. For the moment he had nearly forgotten his audience. He was back in the adventurous past of his vigorous manhood. "Hated to leave? Well, that went for me, for there was nothing to call me back from following the high seas. There was no little cottage waiting for me, no smiling little woman waiting to greet me when I got back." There was bitterness in his voice, and, as though he realized this and was apologetic for it, Ben looked up and smiled at them, a little quizzically, a little sheepishly. "Oh, that was different with Mike, though," he went on. "He had his cottage and a little woman who was always waiting for him and praying for him when there was a storm at sea or he was making some dangerous port. And Mike, he loved his Mary better than anything on earth, and not the fairest port could hold him when the ship turned her face toward home." Again he paused, while the shadows deepened over the bay, and the boys poised their oars motionless over the water. "I watched them in their happiness for a sight of years." Ben's voice faltered. became the voice of a weary old man. I watched children fill the little cottage by the sea, and I watched children marry and leave it, and I saw Mary in it again, all alone, watching and waiting for her man to come home. Then, one day, the voice of the old man roughened and his hands gripped hard. One day I saw Mike, that I'd have given my life for, die in the blood-sucking tentacles of a giant devilfish. We got the monster, but it was too late for Mike. The girl smothered an exclamation of horror. The boys sat motionless, their eyes intent upon the lined face of the old sailor. I was the one, again Ben's voice faltered, to take the news to Mary. She took it as she always took everything, head up, face to the wind. But she ain't never been the same since. And now it looks like she was going to lose the little cottage. Seems like it would kill her, just the thought of it. His voice trailed off into silence, and for some moments no one spoke. Then Billy said softly, "Is that why you were so anxious to find the treasure, Ben Halcombe? So you could help Mary?" The old fellow turned toward her. "That's it, lass," he said quietly, "and that's why I wanted you to promise that you'd never give up looking for the treasure, no matter what happens or how discouraging things may seem, because the treasure's there. I'm certain it's there. Do you promise?" "We promise," they said. Once more the oars dipped quietly into the water. The lights of the blue anchor blinked at them mockingly. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, from Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove, by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vi disappears. If ever promise was lived up to, the boys and girls lived up to the one they had made Ben Halcombe. Every morning they started as soon as the sun was up, sometimes sooner, for the point. Each evening they came home, weary and discouraged, with nothing to report save failure. Then one day Ferd Stowing suggested that they go fishing. "We're doing too much treasure hunting. That's what's the matter with us," he asserted. "What we need is a little diversion, something we can do without getting all worked up and excited over it." "Well, fishing isn't exactly what you might call a feverish sport," chuckled Laura. "What do you say, Billy?" Billy hesitated. Personally, she preferred to continue steadily with the treasure hunt till they either found what they were looking for or were forced by continued failure to abandon the search. Still, common sense told her that a day at some other sport would probably be exactly what they all needed to restore their overworked imaginations to normal. "Let's go," she decided, "even if we don't catch anything, which we probably shan't. We'll have a good restful day baking in the sun." "And collecting freckles," Laura added ruefully. "I'm getting to be a sight." "For sore eyes," put in Chet gallantly. Laura made a face at him and tossed her head, but Billy thought she was not altogether displeased at that. They found the old salt who presided over the boat-house near the Blue Anchor, ready and willing to supply them with a craft for their purpose. "If it's a rowboat you want, I can—" he began. "It isn't," Teddy interrupted decidedly. "Haven't you one of those little fishing smacks with a sail?" The old fellow looked dubious. He scratched his head and regarded the young folks for some time before answering. "Them sail smacks is plumb dangerous without you know how to handle 'em," he protested. "They're apt to turn bottom up without no provocation at all." "Yes, sir. Plumb treacherous they are." "There isn't much wind today," Ferd said in support of Teddy. "Even us landlubbers should be able to handle a smack in such weather as this." The sailor continued to look dubious, and Billy chuckled. "Evidently he doesn't think much of our nautical ability," she said. The old fellow caught the words and turned to her. "'Tain't that, miss," he said, "though I allow you ain't done much sea voyaging yet. But even those as know their business sometimes find it hard to keep them little boats right side up in a gale." "But there isn't any gale," Laura protested. She was becoming impatient. there's only the gentlest kind of breeze. Liable to turn into a blow at any time, said the old man. He pointed overhead, and the young people followed the direction of his finger. However, being, by their own admission, landlubbers, they could discover nothing very alarming in the prospect. A little haze, that's all, Chet said. Not even a storm cloud. We'll risk the sail, Teddy persisted. We have had experience with sailing canoes, so we are not altogether novices. The sailor looked at him pityingly, Billy thought, but made no further protest. I've warned you. It's apt to turn into a blow at any minute, he said. If you still want to take a chance, it's up to you. And our blood be on our own heads, giggled Vi. He's an old croaker, declared Laura. I never saw a more wonderful day. The sailor ran out a neat little fishing smack for them, fastening it loosely at the end of the dock. He remained with the girls, engaging in desultory conversation while the boys ran up to the Blue Anchor to get the fishing tackle and ask Ben Halcombe if he would come along. In a moment they returned with the fishing tackle, but without Ben. Wouldn't he come? Vi asked unnecessarily. Ferd grinned. He's holding forth to a group of old salts up there and having the time of his life. Couldn't pry him loose. Come on, girls, Teddy called. Ladies first. The girls scrambled aboard, tangling themselves in the fishing line and giggling merrily when Billy stumbled and nearly dived headfirst into the water. After them came Chet and Ferd. Teddy, waiting to release the rope that held the boat to the dock, was the last to climb aboard. The breeze filled the sail gently, and they glided out over the sparkling water. If the wind catches you, the old salt bawled after them, don't turn too quick. Tack back gentle-like, or you'll land yourselves in the sea. As if we didn't know enough for that, sniffed Laura. That's the worst of these sailors. They think landlubbers don't know anything. It was a magic day for sailing. That slight haze to the eastward had not yet obscured the sun. The water was dazzling, the breeze fresh enough to fill the sails and carry the boat along at a pretty clip without hinting of danger. The fishing smack, clumsy as it was, rode the waves easily, and was entirely obedient to Teddy's hand on the tiller. This is glorious, cried Billy. Who wants to fish when we can sail like this? Don't let's, agreed Vi. Her eyes were bright, and the wind had whipped color into her cheeks. Looking at her, Ferd thought that a sailor's life would be very becoming to Vi Farrington. Now listen, Chet protested. You girls may be enjoying this, and I admit it's pretty slick, but I came out here to catch a fish that would break all the records of the colony, and believe me, I'm going to do it. We'll sail about a little first, though, Billy compromised. Can't we, Teddy? Long as you like, agreed Teddy, and Billy made a face at her disgusted brother. You see, Teddy isn't my brother, Chet dear, she said sweetly. What a difference it does make. They came to anchor after a while, however, among the other fishing smacks that dotted the bright water. Lines were cast overboard, and all settled themselves comfortably, resigned to a period of watchful waiting. They did not have to wait long. Ferd was the first to draw on his line, and at the end of it was a beautiful flounder. Some meat on that one, said the boy proudly, as the others admired his catch. He'd be a whole meal in himself. Pretty slick, agreed Teddy. A big fella to catch so close and sure. Ferd's flounder started a run of luck for them all, although none weighed as much or looked as imposing as the first fish caught. The hours fled past unnoticed. It was only when a violent gust of wind swooped down upon them with great suddenness and tipped the smack to port that the young fishers sat up with some alarm and took stock of their surroundings. Good gracious, cried Vi, everyone else has gone home. This was true, with the exception of one small boat that had already drawn anchor and was making haste toward the bay. The boys and girls cast an apprehensive glance overhead and saw that what they feared had come to pass. There was no longer a haze in the east, to be sure. In its place were massed storm clouds, clouds that were rapidly obscuring the blue of the sky. Another gust of wind struck the smack, heeling it over smartly. The mass crackled warningly beneath the onslaught. Teddy abruptly took command of the situation. Move over to starboard, girls. Sit on the gunwale if you have to, while we fellows haul up the anchor. Everybody but us, it seems, has seen the storm coming and made for the bay." "My, but it's getting black fast," commented Vi, an eye on the darkening sky. "When that storm hits us, it's going to be good," Laura agreed. The boys were hauling up the anchor. They brought it in hand over hand. "We're all set now," cried Chet. "Do you want me to take the tiller, Ted, or will you manage that yourself?" "You and Ferd watch out for the sail," Ted directed. "It's apt to jibe when I head her into the wind and sweep half a dozen of us overboard. Keep your heads low, girls, if you want to hold on to them a little while longer." All this time they had been running before the wind. The blow, increasingly with each moment, filled the sail to the breaking point, heeling the boat to port, her gunwale almost level with the water. The girls kept their heads, ducking low, so that the boom should not strike them when it swung over. Teddy plainly saw their danger. To run before the wind meant that in a few moments they would be out upon the open ocean at the mercy of the wind and white-capped waves. To bring the smack about suddenly would mean a probable jibing of the sail, with the resultant danger of capsizing. Yet he must, in some way, combat the wind. He must run to cover in the bay before the full fury of the storm caught them. For a fishing smack is not built to weather the terrible storms that sweep that portion of the coast. Teddy tried to tack, but found it impossible. The wind was too strong. "We've got to come about, sail or no sail," he shouted to Chet and Ferd. "It's a choice of two evils. If you fellows hold on to that rope and don't let yourselves be torn loose from it, there is a chance we shan't spill." "Go to it, Ted," Chet yelled. "We're ready." "Duck, girls, and be ready to swing to port," cried Teddy. "Aye, aye, sir," Billy shouted gamely. Teddy's lips were set. His face was white, but his hand on the tiller was firm. With a quick motion, Teddy put the lumbering craft about. With a noise like the booming of a cannon, the sail snapped over. The girls ducked not a second too soon. The boat listed perilously to starboard. A bucket full of water slapped into the bottom. "To port!" yelled Teddy. "Get over!" The girls scrambled across the slippery boards and perched on the up-tilted side of the boat, striving by their weight to restore the balance. The wind blew the hair about their faces. Salt spray was in their eyes. The hungry water was reaching for them. Teddy, his mouth still tight-set, tacked skillfully, half running before the wind, taking the strain from the sail. Slowly the craft righted. The list was still decided, but no longer dangerous. "All right," he yelled. "We'll make it now. Ease up on that line, fellows." Half an hour later they drew up safely beside the boathouse dock. "We've had enough for one day," Billy told the old fellow who had proved himself so true a prophet. "But we had a wonderful time, even the dangerous part, and we brought home enough fish to last us a week." The next day the young folks took up the treasure hunt once more. Ben chafed beneath his inability to join in the hunt. The girls and boys sympathized with him deeply, now that they knew his pathetic story. "Of course he has been in love with Mary all these years," Vi said sagely. "Of course," agreed Billy, "and he still is in love with her," she added. "Billy," protested Laura, "at his age?" Vi giggled. "Don't you remember that line in something or other that says love is ageless? Probably you will still love somebody, Laura, even when you have added 40 or 50 years to your age." "But I meant romantic love," Laura objected. "I think there is something mighty romantic about Ben's love for Mary," Billy said. "It began when they were young, remember." "Well," Laura admitted reluctantly, "that might make a difference, of course." "She must be pretty fond of him, too, after all these years," said Vi, the eternal matchmaker. "And if he saves her cottage for her, she's in duty bound to say yes to him." Laura emitted something that sounded very much like a sniff. "If poor old Ben's romance depends on our finding the treasure," she said, "I'm afraid he hasn't much chance. That mystery is as far from solution as it ever was." This was dishearteningly true. The young folks spent 2 more fruitless days on the point, and then decided that they needed again a change. "We haven't yet turned up so much as a clue," Laura summed up the situation. "We've dug and found nothing but sand. Maybe a change of scene for a day or two would furnish us with inspiration. So the next day they did not go to the point. Instead, they put on their bathing suits and set forth on a day of relaxation. Ben Halcombe had been invited to go with them, but he had refused on the plea that his ankle was still painful. This was the truth, of course, but only part of the truth. At the Blue Anchor, Ben had met several kindred spirits, salts like himself, who enjoyed yarning about old times, the sights they had seen, and the things they had done. When the young folks left him in this company, they knew he was safe from boredom for a few hours, at least, and would not miss them. He was philosophic, also, about their temporary abandonment of the treasure hunt. A day's rest will do you good, he agreed with them. If the treasure's there, it won't run away. And if it ain't, well, there ain't no hurry anyway. Go and have your fun, and leave me to mine in my own way. It was a bright day when the young people set forth. Motorboats, rowboats, fishing smacks dotted the water. On the bathing beach were those who preferred surf bathing to the still water variety. The scene was at once animated and peaceful, if such a thing can be. As the boys and girls pushed off from shore, they were filled with warm contentment. "Whether we find the treasure or not," Vi murmured, "we still shall have had this." "Not so bad," the boys agreed. "Pretty classy spot to spend the summer, even without a treasure hunt for an attraction," Chet declared. "I wonder if we'll ever find it," mused Billy. "The treasure, I mean, not the hunt." "I doubt it," said Teddy moodily. "Begins to look now as if we'd have to dig up the whole beach to find it." "Not so good," agreed Chet. "At that rate, what we need is not a pick and shovel, but a sand-digging machine." "If we could only dig up a clue," cried Laura, splashing her hand into the water with a gesture of desperation. "There must be a clue somewhere, if we could only find it." "Much good it does us if we can't find it," observed Vi, gloomily. But they did not remain gloomy very long. The sun was too bright, the water too tempting. They rowed out past the spot where motorboats flew along the water like darting dragonflies, rowed out until they found themselves in water uninfested by these pests. To be sure, there were a few fishing smacks and one or two larger motorboats, but these last were securely anchored and at the moment untenanted. "Can't we tie up to one of these?" asked Billy, pointing to the motorboats. "Then we could all go swimming at the same time without fear of our boat drifting away." "Right you are," said Teddy. "Otherwise one of us would have to stay in the boat." They had a rope aboard, and with this fastened their rowboat securely. "We'll go in first and tell you how the water feels," Chet offered. "Try it on the dog," added Ferd, with a grin. "We won't be much behind you," Billy warned. "So make it snappy," added Laura. "This way you're only blocking the wheels of progress." "Oh, do you want to go first?" asked her brother. He paused in the act of pulling off his sweater and grinned at her. "What do you say, fellas? Shall we give her a ducking?" "I'd like to see you try to," Laura began. That sentence was never to be finished. Before she could more than guess their intention, Teddy and Chet had seized her and flung her, struggling and protesting, into the water. Billy gasped. "You shouldn't do that, boys," she cried. "You might—" But Laura came to the surface just then, sputtering and gasping. She shook the water out of her eyes, made a face at the boys, and started off with a strong overhand stroke. "You thought you would, eh?" she called back, tauntingly. "Just for that, I'll beat you to the launch." This challenge proved irresistible. The boys tore off sweaters, poised for a moment, then dived, cutting the water cleanly. "Hold on," giggled Vi. The boat listed to one side, shipped a cup or two of water, then righted itself. "That's the time they nearly capsized us." "We almost got wet," laughed Billy. "Come on, Vi, let's follow them." "Well, I don't know. I think I'd have preferred surf bathing after all. This looks a little deep to me." Billy was surprised, until she remembered that Vi was not an overconfident swimmer. "All right," she said. "You stay here in the boat for a while, and when we get back to the beach, we'll do a little surf bathing, so that you can have your fun." Vi nodded, a bit reluctantly. "All right," she agreed, "but I hate to be called a scare cat." "If anybody dares, send him to me," laughed Billy. "Here goes." She poised for a moment, bare arms lifted high above her head, then cut the water in a dive that left scarcely a ripple to mark the spot where she had gone down. The water was deep and felt cold. Billie came up, gasping a little, reveling in the shock of it. Then, with a wave of her hand toward Vi, she started out after her comrades. Some moments later she was startled by a sharp cry. Looking back, she saw that Vi was in the water. Almost instantly there was no Vi, only water. "Boys!" cried Billie frantically. "Help!" She faced about toward the rowboat again, swimming with all her might. Only one question was in her mind. Where was Vi? In the short time it took her to return to the rowboat, Billie's mind functioned with lightning-like rapidity. One must sink 3 times before drowning occurred. That much she knew. Vi could not have gone down 3 times. There had not been time. Yet there was no sign of her. She had vanished. The placid combers rolled serenely over the place where she had been. Where was Vi? End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A brave rescue. Billie Bradley clung to the side of the rowboat for a moment, drew in a long breath, then dived straight down through the water. She stayed under as long as she could, feeling frantically about her. Then bursting lungs forced her to the surface. Once more she tried, but with no more success. The third time her groping fingers felt something. Caught. Held. There was Vi, sagging, helpless, the cloth of her bathing suit caught in an anchor chain. The need of air was torturing Billie. She could not hold her breath much longer. Whatever was done must be done quickly. With the strength of desperation, she caught Vi in her arms, braced her feet against the side of the anchor chain, and pulled. There was a rip as the cloth of the bathing suit gave way. The release came so suddenly that Billie rolled over in the water. Vi still clutched in her arms. She needed air. Her whole body was in aching need of it. With Vi's dead weight to lift, it was not easy to force her way to the surface. But she managed it, and soon the salt, fresh breeze was full in her face. The first breath of it brought her strength. She lifted Vi, tugging at the girl's hair to keep her face above the water. Almost before she saw the boys, she felt herself relieved of the burden. A strong arm was flung about her shoulders, holding her up. "All in, old girl?" asked Chet's voice. "No," gasped Billie. "I'm all right. It's Vi. Is she... They are getting her into the boat. Is she... No, only unconscious. Swallowed half the ocean, I guess, poor kid. Come on now, you need a little help yourself." But though Chet's solicitude was sweet to her, Billie knew she was all right. There was pain in her chest and her lungs still labored, but that would pass. Resting her hand on Chet's shoulder, she swam to the boat, held to it for a moment, looking in. They were working over Vi, raising her hands high above her head, then out and down, pressing the hands hard against the ribs. Artificial breathing, forcing the water out of the lungs, breath into them. Chet would have helped Billie into the boat, but she shook her head. "Wait just a minute," she pleaded. "I want to see." There was a long, shuddering sigh. Ferd and Teddy ceased their work as Vi opened her eyes and looked wanly up at them. Oh, she whispered, "that awful chain." Laura, who had been crouching in the bottom of the boat, reached over and took Vi's hand in hers. "It's all right, Vi, darling," she said. "You're safe now. Billie saved you." "Billie!" Vi opened her eyes again, and this time they were bright with tears. "Billie's always saving somebody," she said. They found out after a while how it had all happened. "I didn't want to seem yellow and stay behind while all the rest of you were so brave and everything," she explained, "so I got up and tried to dive like Billie did. But I hit my leg on the side of the boat as I went in. You know, I never could dive properly." "Never mind that," put in Billie gently. "And my leg doubled up in an awful cramp. I tried to keep myself up, but I couldn't. It was then I called out." "And a minute later you went down," Billie added. "There wasn't a sign of you. It scared me horribly." "A mere nothing to the way it scared me," Vi assured her, so drolly that her listeners chuckled. Then I got tangled in the anchor chain, and when I tried to get loose, I couldn't. After that, I can't remember anything. I guess I must have fainted from fright. Or from swallowing half a ton of seawater," Ferd added. "Poor kid, if it hadn't been for Billy here, you would surely have been in a bad way." "Which reminds me," said Vi gently, "that I haven't heard a description of Billy's part at all." Reluctantly, Billy gave the details of the rescue, and was forced to listen for some time to Vi's gratitude and the praises of her friends. "But I was scared to death all the time," she protested. "If you were scared, it was because of me, not yourself," Vi asserted shrewdly. "I know you, Billie Bradley. You can't fool me." And after what had been so near tragedy, the girls and boys were only too glad to return to shore. There Vi rested on the sand with Billy, grateful for the reviving warmth of the sun. The others went swimming again, but Billy and Vi remained on the shore. They had had enough of the water for one day. "I don't want to even sit here and watch the others," Vi said suddenly. "I want to go somewhere where there isn't any ocean. Billy, let's get dressed." "All right," said Billy promptly, "but after that, where do we go?" "To see the trained mice in the show," Vi said. Billy thought she was joking. "What do you mean, trained mice?" she demanded. Vi, who had been lazily dribbling sand through her fingers, opened her eyes wide. "Do you mean to tell me that Teddy never told you about the trained mice?" she demanded. "Teddy never did," chuckled Billy. "What is all this I've missed?" "There's a hardware store on the village," Vi elucidated. "It seems they have 3 trained white mice, and twice a day they put them, the mice, that is, through their paces. A sort of trick, I suppose, to lure people into the store." Billy nodded. "They knew you wouldn't have the nerve to leave without buying something. If it's only a can opener," she laughed. "All right, let's go." The others came up to the beach just then, and Billy explained the project to them. "We're coming too," Laura promptly decided. "Nothing so thrilling as trained mice shall escape me." "I suppose," she added a bit dubiously, "they are kept in a cage?" "Oh, absolutely," Teddy assured her. "A big white cage with the bars so close together even a white mouse can't squeeze through." "I suppose a gray mouse might?" Billy chuckled. They dressed hurriedly and started at once for the village. The hardware store was dingy and small, but it had a salty atmosphere all of its own. The place boasted the stock common to all hardware stores, but it contained other things too. There were fishing lines and tackle, cans for live bait, and artificial minnows so cunningly fashioned that one half expected to see them swim off, water or no water, to join their myriad living counterparts in the ocean. There were old mastheads and rusting anchor chains, fishnets of all sizes and descriptions. "What a fascinating place!" cried Billy, as she stepped over a coil of rope. "One might almost think we're on the deck of a boat." "But where are the mice?" Laura queried. Vi squealed with mingled delight and distaste. "Over here!" she cried. "Oh, look, aren't they cute?" "At a distance," Billy agreed. "I wonder what they do." The proprietor came out of a small room at the rear of the store just then, and Billy realized with delight how well he fitted this odd shop. He looked like a retired sea captain, which was exactly what he was. He was rugged and tall and had a flowing gray beard. The tufts of grizzled hair that framed his ruddy face made him look like some queer, good-natured bird. There was a twinkle in his eye as he approached the young folks. "And what can I do for you today?" he asked. Chet pointed to the cage of white mice. "We were hoping you might put your pets through their paces for our benefit," he said. The old man scratched his grizzled head. The expression on his face was very doubtful. "Well, now, you see, my son's the one puts them mice through their tricks. I ain't exactly used to them, myself." He paused and appeared to ruminate, staring at the mice. Billy gently prompted him. "Isn't your son here?" she asked. "No'm," replied the old man. "And what's more, he ain't likely to get here this afternoon, being his day off." He looked at the young people apologetically. "When the lad gets to fishing, time, it ain't apt to trouble him none." "Oh, dear," Vi felt unreasonably disappointed. "We did so want to see the show." The old man considered for another moment. and a sudden twinkle came into his eyes. "I wouldn't like for you to be disappointed," he said. "Maybe I can put them through a few of the tricks anyhow." He drew the big white cage from the show window and placed it upon the counter. The girls giggled and drew back. "Suppose they should get loose," Vi whispered. "Perish the thought," Laura chuckled. "What a terrible imagination you have, Vi, anyway." The old man pushed the glasses back on his forehead and set to work. In other words, the show began. Gradually the girls forgot their repugnance to rodents in general, in admiration of the gifts of these rodents in particular. They pressed closer to the cage as the old man put the animals through their rather spectacular performances. He placed tiny hurdles in the cage, and at once the mice formed on the starting line. A clap of the hands was a signal to start, and off they went, jumping the hurdles in truly admirable style. A mouse with a tiny gray spot on its head was the winner. Up it trotted, almost to the door of the cage, where a miniature victor's wreath was placed about his neck. "It should be on his head," the old man admitted, "but it don't sort of stay on there long. So my boy, he got the notion of making it a necklace instead." "They are adorable!" exclaimed Billie, then turned to the showmen eagerly. "Let's see what more they can do," she begged. The small actors possessed a considerable repertoire, which the old man proceeded to exhibit. He put a small cart in the cage. One of the mice placed himself in position between the shafts, while the storekeeper adjusted the harness. Another took its place in the rear of the cart, presumably as a passenger, while the third climbed to the driver's seat. Off they went at a great clip around and around the cage, not once colliding with any of the objects in it. "I call that remarkable," remarked Chet, in genuine admiration. "They are well-trained little beasts, all right." The old man seemed well pleased with the praise. He smiled and pushed the glasses so far up on his forehead that they mingled with the tufts of grizzled hair. "My boy spends a lot of time with them," he said. "Some day, he says, he's going to show them on the stage and make a sight of money out of—" He was interrupted by a shrill cry from Vi. "Look out!" she cried. "You've left the door of the cage open." Vi's warning came too late. The white mice, seeing a chance of escape, were not slow to take it. Out they popped, two of them running along the counter and disappearing in a pile of merchandise heaped up there, while the other landed on the floor at the feet of the girls. Wild shrieks rent the air. Billie climbed to the opposite counter. Vi made for a stepladder, while Laura headed straight for the door. This was an unfortunate move for Laura. She forgot the coil of rope in the way, stumbled over it, and fell headlong. While the boys rushed to her aid, the old man scrambled for his mice. He was evidently panic-stricken for fear they would escape. "The lad'll never forgive me," chattered the poor old fellow, "and I don't blame him. I've up and gone and lost a fortune for him, so I have." Now Billie, perched on the counter, saw something coming toward her. There could be no mistake about it. It was one of the liberated white mice. She felt her flesh crawl and wanted to shriek and run. However, the lament of the poor old man was fresh in her ears, and, inspired by it, came a quick resolution. "I can catch one of the little beasts for him, anyway," she thought. There was an empty can near her on the counter. Quick as thought, Billie Bradley reached for this, and as the mouse scuttled toward her, turned it neatly over its head. "I've got one of them," she called triumphantly. "And here's another." Ferd, his hair tousled, appeared from somewhere beneath the counter, a small terrified white object held snugly in his hand. "Praises be," ejaculated the old man. "I've got the third one. Put him here, folks, and let's shut the door on this tarnation cage." But Billie was firm. "If you want your mouse, you'll have to come and get it," she said. "I wouldn't touch it for $1,000,000. Once the door of the cage was safely shut, the young folks lingered for no further exhibition on the part of the talented white mice. "Never again," declared Laura, as the young people made their way to the street, and thence toward Mrs. Wellington Opp's boarding house. "I've seen enough of white mice to last me the rest of my life." The following morning, Billie Bradley and her chums started for the point once more. Ben was eager to accompany them, but his ankle was still painful. He admitted reluctantly that he would only be a drag upon the young folks. "It's too rough going on the point. I'm like to hurt myself and get laid up for a long time. But if you find anything," His blue eyes blazed with a feverish enthusiasm. "Then you can come and tell me, and I'll get there even if I have to be carried on a stretcher. So heave to, my hearties. Here's luck to you." They set out with revived enthusiasm. During the long hours of the forenoon they worked hard with pick and shovel. The enthusiasm lasted past lunchtime and into the early hours of the afternoon. Then they began to lag. Their arms ached, their backs were weary. "I wish we'd never heard of a treasure," cried Laura rebelliously. She flung herself down on the beach and kicked at a small sand dune resentfully. "We might have had a wonderful time here this summer if we'd never heard of treasure. I don't believe there is one, anyway." The others flung down their various implements and joined Laura on the sand. They were glad enough to rest. They were discouraged, and all, in their hearts, were frankly skeptical. "I believe Miss Pauline was right after all," Vi said. "We thought we would have the laugh on her when we got back to Three Towers laden with Chinese loot. Now the shoe will be on the other foot." "Oh, well," said Teddy Jordan, pacifically, "we're getting a pretty good time out of it, anyway. It isn't all loss, even if we don't find any buried fortune." "Poor Ben!" exclaimed Billy suddenly. "If his wonderful hope of riches turns out to be only a beautiful dream, what a terrible disappointment it will be. It won't be so bad for us. We're young. But he's so old. It's probably his last chance to find comfort and happiness." "And there's Mary," said Vi softly. "Yes," Billy agreed soberly. "There's Mary." They were all silent for a few moments, busy with their own thoughts. "This is really Treasure Cove, isn't it?" Laura asked suddenly, indicating with a sweep of her hand the large body of water so deeply indenting the shore. Billy nodded. "And Ben's cabin is on the farther side of the cove, where the wounded mutineer came ashore?" Billy's vague gaze suddenly became fixed. Her mouth dropped wide open, and she sat there, staring. As the young folks looked at her, they found themselves filled with an odd, breathtaking excitement. "Billy!" cried Laura. "What's the matter?" Billy got slowly to her feet. Her gaze was still fixed, but her face had begun to glow with color. "Chet, I gave you the map, didn't I?" "You did," answered the lad. "Want it?" "Please." Billy took the bit of paper in her hand. She found, to her surprise, that the hand was trembling. For a moment she studied the map. "Come here, you people," she said then. "See if you see what I do." The others looked at the map, then followed the direction of Billy's pointing finger. They saw a rock not so different at first glance from the others that lined the face of the cliff. They were inclined to be puzzled. It was Vi who saw it first, the difference between this rock and all the others. "It has a face," she cried. "The face of some animal. A rhinoceros. No, an elephant. That's it, an elephant with a short trunk." "Some imagination," scoffed Ferd. "I must say—" No, she's right," cried Billy. "Look at the map, and you'll see she's right. It's the clue," she cried, a little wildly. "The clue we've all been looking for so long and couldn't find. Look at the map. Look at the map." They did, studying it closely. Then they all saw a resemblance, so rough, crude, vague, that they could not wonder at themselves for not having discovered it sooner. Still, it was there. In the rough drawing of the map, they saw now, for the first time, the suggestion of an animal head. It might have been almost anything, but as they examined it more closely, they agreed that Vi's description fitted. A rather extraordinary elephant with a short trunk, and the rock upon which they gazed now bore the same bizarre resemblance. Before they knew what they were doing, they started running pell-mell toward that rock. Their eyes never wavered from it, for it was their long-sought clue, the finger directing them to— what? At the foot of the rock, Chet came to a sudden stop. He stretched out his arms, cutting off their advance. "Don't come any closer," he cried. "Stay where you are." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The clue at last. "What is it, Chet?" gasped Vi Farrington. "A rattlesnake?" "Whoever heard of rattlesnakes here?" cried Laura. "Don't be silly." "What do you see, Chet?" Billy asked. The latter was down on his knees, examining an imprint in the sand. Teddy and Ferd joined him. "A smaller rock has been resting here," Teddy answered for Chet. "Looks as if it had been rolled away recently." "Then let's get another to mark the spot," Billy suggested. They found one after considerable searching, and placed it carefully to mark what they now believed absolutely to be the site of the buried treasure. Then all sat down in a semicircle about the stone, and stared at one another solemnly. "It looks as if we'd found it," said Billy, in a tone she strove in vain to make steady. "It was just accident that I happened to see the rock from the proper angle." "And a still greater accident that you happened to see the resemblance between the profile of this rock and the drawing on the map," suggested Teddy. Billy shook her head. "No, I've been studying the map for some time. I had a feeling that it contained the clue we were looking for if we could only see it." "Well, let's dig!" cried Laura. She jumped to her feet impatiently and looked about her. The tools were nowhere to be seen. "We've left them somewhere back along the beach," she cried. "Of all the simpletons!" As the boys ran back to get the spades and shovels, a rumble of thunder startled the girls. They looked up apprehensively at the sky. Lowering clouds had blotted out the sun. Banks of storm clouds piled up in the east, and even as they watched, the angry mass was rent by a jagged thrust of lightning. "A storm!" wailed Vi. "And just now, of all times, just when we found the treasure!" "Oh, hush!" cried Billy. "Not so loud." Vi looked at her in surprise. "Why, Billie Bradley," she cried, "you don't mean to say there is any danger of being overheard here?" "You never can tell," returned Billy. "Oh, dear!" The sharp thunderclap sounded directly overhead. "Why does it have to storm just now?" The boys came up, carrying the implements. "It's beginning to sprinkle," Teddy said. "I've a notion we'd better make a break for shelter." "This is going to be a real storm when it gets here," prophesied Ferd. "Thunder and lightning and rain. Wow, here comes the wind." The young people turned and ran before the wind, half carried by it. The only shelter that they knew of deserved scarcely to be dignified as such. It was only a deep indentation in the face of the cliff, but it was partly protected by an overhanging rock. "May keep some of the wet off, anyway," gasped Billy. Teddy's hand was under her arm, guiding her. The rain was coming down now in torrents. The prospects were that they would be soaked through before they even reached their rude shelter. They came to it at last, and huddled disconsolately beneath the rock. "I don't see what's the use of trying to keep dry now," protested Laura. "We're as wet as we can be, anyway." "Let's make a break for the boat," Ferd suggested. "We'd at least find a change of clothes and something to eat on the mainland." "The boat would probably be swamped before we were halfway across the bay," Teddy objected. "This is a fierce storm, and apt to get worse before it gets better," added Chet. "Gee, listen to that rain." "Aren't they cheerful?" said Vi. "Ugh, my teeth are chattering. I wonder how much longer we'll have to stay in this place." "Until the storm stops, I suppose," said Billy, trying to speak cheerfully. "Which won't be until tomorrow, by the sound of it," grumbled Laura. "Oh!" The exclamation was drowned out by a terrific clap of thunder. It seemed to shake the ground under them, and was followed by a fresh downpour, rain that dashed in under the overhanging rock, deluging them. "We'll drown if we don't look out," cried Laura. Billy giggled. "Somebody start bailing, please. Oh, dear, this is awful." It was, and as Chet had prophesied, it grew worse. After what seemed an interminable time to the uncomfortable boys and girls, the thunder grumbled off into the distance, and the lightning thrust became less vivid. But the rain did not abate. It continued to pour down steadily, drenchingly. "I believe it is going to keep up all night," cried Vi, despairingly. "Mrs. Wellington Opp will be worried." "And she's apt to get out the reserves to look for us," giggled Laura. "That might not be as funny as it sounds," Billy observed thoughtfully. "I'd hate to have anyone find us here just now. If only we had a motorboat." At the moment, as though the words had conjured it into being, the chug-chug of a motorboat came to them, distinctly through the sound of the rain. Teddy started to stand up, hit his head against the top of their shelter, and promptly sat down again. Ouch! I forgot the roof was so low. That is a motorboat, isn't it? You said it, Chet agreed excitedly. What's more, added Ferd, it's coming straight into the cove. They all tried to stand up then, bumped their heads and sat down hard. Then there was a chorus of exasperated giggles as they tried to peer out into the storm-filled shadows of the evening. I see a light, cried Billy. Maybe it's a searching party after us, Vi warned. Can't help it. Gotta take a chance, returned Billy shortly. Anything's better than staying in this awful place all night. They came out of their shelter and ran down to the shore, waving their hands and shouting to the incoming craft. Someone answered from the boat, and the light came closer. It was a small open boat, but judging from the sound, it possessed a powerful motor. Going to the mainland? Someone asked. We'd like to, Billy cried. Have you got room for all of us? How many are you? 6. All right, hop aboard. It did not occur to the boys and girls that the appearance of the motorboat at that time and place was rather an odd happening. They saw in it only the means of escape from an unpleasant predicament, and accepted it thankfully. They scrambled aboard, getting only a little more wet in the process than they already were. They could scarcely see the 2 men, although they made out enough to be sure that one was very tall and the other short and stocky. Short and long, Laura whispered in Billy's ear. Look at them. They look like angels in disguise to me, returned Billy. Just think of getting home to a fire, dry clothes, and something to eat. Just wait till we tell Ben what we have found, added Vi gloatingly. Hush, cried Billy. She glanced over her shoulder at the taller of the 2 men. It seemed to her that he was regarding her queerly. Please be careful, Vi. The motorboat had been turned about, and was chug-chugging its way out of the cove. It picked up speed in steady response to its powerful motor. When they came to the dangerous rocks that guarded the cliffs at the point, the craft did not swerve southward toward the mainland, but kept steadily out toward sea. This isn't the way, cried Billy. Where are you taking us? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A threat. Aren't you making too wide a detour of the rocks? Asked Teddy Jordan quietly, addressing the steersman of the motorboat. The other and shorter man stood motionless in the bow of the boat. As neither of the men responded to his query, Ted spoke again, his voice tinged with anger. I say, aren't you making too wide a detour of the rocks? If you don't mind, we want to get to the mainland as soon as possible. Still silence, an ominous silence now, from the 2 men. The motorboat continued to pick up speed, heading directly out to sea. What could it mean? Surprise held the passengers speechless for a moment. Then Chet Bradley said angrily, What's the meaning of all this? We didn't book on your craft for a sea voyage. We want to get to shore. At last the short man spoke. You'll get to shore when we are ready to have you, and not a moment before, he said roughly. Lest you'd enjoy the swim, added the man at the engine. The 3 boys leaped to their feet with the evident intention of attacking the 2 men, but the girls held on to them. Wait, boys, Billy begged. Wait until we see what it is they want. I'll tell you what we want. The man in the bow of the boat turned, hands in pockets, lounging against the rail. We ain't going to hurt you none, provided you show yourself agreeable. We only want one thing. That's the map that tells where the treasure is buried in Treasure Cove. The boys jumped. The boys started forward, only to be restrained once more by Billy. Wait, she whispered. Let's find out what they know. You say you want a map, she said, addressing the stocky man. What makes you think we have a map? The man turned and spat disgustedly over the rail. Didn't we hear you talking on the porch of that Mrs. Wellington Opp? He retorted. And there's been other times at the Blue Anchor, growled the second man. No good wasting time talking. We know what you know. You hand over the map and we land you on the mainland with no harm done to anyone. Suppose we don't hand over the map, said Teddy quietly.
Well, drawled the short man, it ain't a particularly nice night for a long voyage. And there's ways of making folks do even what they don't want to, broke in the other man. Perhaps Billy was surprised to find she could speak in so quiet a voice. But then, you were going on the theory that we have the map with us. Why should we carry it about when we've known all the time there would be danger of just this thing happening? Talk! The small man took a step forward. His manner became threatening. Trying to gain time, that's what you're doing, but it won't do you no good. For the last time, are you going to hand over that map? We are not, said Chet. Billy had a moment of panic when she realized that the map was in her brother's pocket. Because of his possession of it, Chet would have to bear the brunt of this ugly business. Oh, why, she cried to herself desperately, did you have to fall straight into this trap? The man at the rail laughed menacingly. So you're going to be stubborn, are you? All right, we'll soon fix that. He moved toward them, mouth set in an ugly sneer. We want that map. What's more, we're going to get it. If it's rough stuff you're after, hands up. The command, crisp and sharp, caught both scoundrels unaware. The girls were almost as startled. Teddy had flung out his hand, and in it was something grim and menacing, something that called for instant obedience. A revolver, gasped Laura. Good gracious, where did he get that? Shh, warned Billy. Don't say a word. There was no doubt but what Teddy had complete control of the situation. The two rascals had evidently not expected such stiff opposition from the young people. Slowly, the man at the rail raised his hands. Be quick, cried Teddy, and the hands went up with a jerk. Look out, Ted, called Ferd. The other chap's armed. Turning so that he could see both men at once, Teddy trained his pistol upon the pilot. The latter's hand had been fumbling at his pocket. At Teddy's sharp command of, Get that hand up and keep it there, the fumbling stopped. Listen, said Teddy, it's raining at deluge, and we have a hankering to get back to land. We don't care for your little joyride, and the sooner it stops, the better we'll like it. Turn back to the mainland and get us there quick. The two rascals knew when they were beaten. Suddenly, the pilot turned the boat around and headed back toward the mainland. The girls were amazed at Teddy's quick action in producing the revolver and at the tone of authority with which he ordered about the two men. They had the confused, dazed sensation of living in a dream and of being fearful lest any sudden action should rouse them out of it. They could not believe yet that Teddy had actually delivered them from their dilemma. They did not believe it until the motorboat touched against the dock, and they jumped out, unmolested by the still subdued rascals. When they were all safe, Teddy turned to the two men in the motorboat. Now, he said, if you know what's good for you, get, and before I call the police. Of course, that was mere bluff. The young folks knew as well as Teddy that he had no intention of calling the police. That would have made public their secret, and the secret of Ben Halcombe, which was the last thing on earth they desired. However, the threat had its desired effect. The men put it away from the dock as hard as they could go, and made off into the night. Then the girls turned to congratulate the hero of the occasion, and found that he was fairly doubled up with mirth. Teddy, cried Billy, what's the matter with you? Have you gone crazy? Excitement has turned his brain, mourned Laura. Alas, my poor dear brother. Oh boy, Ferd and Chet had suddenly found out the cause of Teddy's mirth. Oh boy, what a joke! What a peach of a joke! They've all got it, cried Vi desperately. What is the matter with them? For answer, Teddy held out the pistol that had tamed the two bad men for the girls to examine. An imitation, gasped Billy. Just plain fake, Teddy agreed. It's a revolver, all right, but all it shoots is cigarettes. I got it for my cousin's birthday. It was the girls' turn to marvel that such a hoax had worked so well. And they never even guessed it was artificial, cried Vi. What a joke! Oh, what a joke on them! Teddy certainly brought it out in the nick of time, said Laura. I'm proud of my brother, and I don't care who knows it. I didn't do anything, disclaimed Teddy modestly. It was only just luck that I happened to have this thing on me. I'd forgotten to take it out of my pocket. About this time the girls awoke to the fact they were very wet, and that the storm breeze sweeping in from the ocean had chilled them pretty thoroughly. We'll take you to Mrs. Opp, said Chet. You can get some dry clothes on there. Then, if you like, we'll call for you, and all have dinner together at the Blue Anchor. I imagine," he added significantly, "there are things we'd all like to talk over with Ben Halcombe tonight." "I don't think Mrs. Opp would like us to go to the Blue Anchor after dark," Billy suggested. "She has undertaken to chaperone us, you know. I think Dad has probably put her up to it. Perhaps you'd better come and have dinner with us." The boys assented reluctantly, for they would have preferred the Blue Anchor. But the Mrs. Wellington Opps of this world have a disconcerting habit of getting their own way. At the boarding house, the girls explained to the good woman that they had been caught in a storm offshore and had encountered considerable difficulty in getting back. "Which is certainly the truth, if not the whole truth," Laura commented when they were all at last alone in their room. "My goodness, what a day!" The girls looked at each other and began to laugh helplessly, half hysterically. "We look like the wreck of the Hesperus," gasped Laura. "Oh, girls, what is going to become of us?" "There's two awful men, watching and listening and spying when we thought no one was about," cried Vi with a shudder. "They tried to make us give up our secret before. They may try again." "I've had a feeling all along that we were being watched," Billy confessed, "but I was afraid to say anything about it for fear you girls would think I was having an attack of nerves." There came a sudden sharp knock on the door. Vi screamed. "They're back again," she cried. "Lock the door, someone, do." End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ben remembers. However, the author of the knock on the girls' bedroom door was only Mrs. Wellington Opp, apprehensive lest they failed to take proper precautions against catching cold. "One's apt to get careless-like in the summer," she explained, "and I sort of feel responsible for you girls, being here alone and all. I'm having Sarah was the maid, brew you a dish of hot tea. That should raise your temperature." "As though anything were needed to raise our temperature," exclaimed Laura, after the kindly soul had gone. "I'll wager mine's 106 in the shade right now. I'd hate to have a doctor feel my pulse." "When Vi let out that scream, I could feel my hair stand straight up on my scalp," Billy said, with a giggle. "Don't do it again, Vi, or I'm apt to drop dead at your feet or something." "Oh, dear, where is my comb?" "On the floor," chuckled Laura, "where you dropped it when," Vi shrieked. A few minutes later there was another knock at the door. This time it was Sarah's voice that answered their inquiry. "If you please," said Sarah, "the gentlemen are here." The conference with the boys and Ben Halcombe was held that evening in the farthest corner of Mrs. Opp's parlor. It was an old-fashioned parlor, long and narrow, providing ample opportunity for privacy. Even at that, the conversation was held in the most cautious tones. No one, unless there had been a dictaphone installed in that corner, could possibly have overheard what was said. Ben was inclined to be skeptical about the elephant rock. "Don't look like no elephant to me," he protested, as he drew the original map from his pocket. "Still and all, you may be right. Stranger things have happened." The old sailor was frankly agitated and worried by the young folks' adventure with the two men in the motorboat. "Seems like I might have been wrong about nobody knowing about the treasure but us," he said. "These men are on the track of it, sure, or they never had turned up at Treasure Cove." "They looked desperate enough to try anything," Vi observed. "Still and all," continued the old sailor, "seems to me like we've still got the inside track." But he lowered his voice to an impressive whisper. "There ain't no time to be lost." The young folks slept badly that night. Pirates filled their dreams, and mutineers, and rocks with sawed-off elephant trunks. Next day they were up bright and early and starting off for the point. The boats they had used the day before were still on the other shore. This made it necessary for them to hire two more, and their explanation to the curious owner of why they had abandoned his craft only served to make him more curious. He eyed them so shrewdly that the girls and boys were glad when they could turn their backs on him and go about their business. "Seems as though everybody we meet has guessed our secret," Vi complained. I do believe people about here are getting suspicious of our comings and goings, Ferd said. Up at the Blue Anchor, we've been asked questions lately that were pretty hard to answer without telling too much. Or arousing suspicion by telling too little, Teddy added. They will begin to spy pretty soon, and then it's all up. We know that 2 have already spied on us, Laura reminded him. For all we know, they may be watching us now, Vi added. I think Ben is right, said Billy. If we are going to find the Marlins' buried treasure, we'll have to be pretty quick about it. As they crossed the bay and landed upon the opposite shore, they found themselves gripped by a tremendous excitement. After all, they had stumbled upon a genuine clue the day before. With what they knew, and with a little hard work and luck, what might not they discover? They found the Elephant Rock without too much trouble. Their implements lay beneath it, where they had been abandoned the day before. The lines on the map radiating from the circle and dot had always been a puzzle to them. Now they paced these off to the best of their ability, marked a new central point, and began to dig. Eagerly at first, expecting every moment to hear the ring of metal upon metal. But nothing happened, nothing but a steadily widening hole innocent of treasure. They couldn't have buried it down in the center of the earth, Laura cried, exasperated. Perhaps the treasure got homesick for China and sank clear through, suggested Ferd. For this suggestion he was rewarded only by eloquent stares from the girls. Anyway, there's one thing sure, said Chet, resting on his spade. There's nothing in this hole. Let's try again. So they took up one of the other lines on the map, pacing it off accurately, and tried again. They had no better success this time. Still they tried again. The hours passed, the sun grew high in the heavens, reached a point directly overhead, then began its slow descent toward the horizon in the west. Still the boys and girls toiled on. They had brought lunch with them, but they did not think of eating. The feverish desire for gold held them, drove them, left room in their minds for thought of nothing else. Those lines are only a blind, and Billy stamped her foot on the ground, clenching her hands. They don't point the true path to the treasure. I've felt that all along. It's a joke, a ghastly joke. For all we know, those horrible dead mutineers may be laughing at us now for biting so easily at the bait. Teddy pushed the hair back from his hot forehead and came over to her. Don't let it get you, Billy, he begged. It's been a terrible day for all of us, but we've done our best. If we can't find the treasure, we've simply got to grin and bear our failure, that's all. I know, said Billy, turning away, but I was thinking of poor old Ben. I don't believe I can bear to see his disappointment. The shadows of evening found them no nearer the solution of the mystery than before. The elusive treasure remained as securely hidden from the world as ever. Dusk was fast putting an end to their efforts for that day. There was nothing for it but to acknowledge failure. We'd better be getting back, said Chet reluctantly. There are rain clouds in the sky again, and I don't want to get caught as we did last night. They most certainly did not. The mere thought of such a contingency was sufficient to send them hurrying toward the boats. They had brought tow lines with them, and with the ropes had fastened the boats that had been abandoned yesterday to those they had used today. And so, disconsolate, disheartened, and at last totally discouraged, they made their way back to the mainland. As they neared the Blue Anchor, they thought they saw 2 shadowy figures disappear behind it. Short and long, I shouldn't wonder, Laura whispered. If they want the map, they might as well have it, Vi said dispiritedly. Doesn't seem to be much good to us. When they neared the Blue Anchor, they found the old sailor awaiting them. He limped toward them eagerly, and even in the semi-darkness they could see that he was laboring under a tremendous excitement. Something came back to me today, he explained in a low tone. Something I didn't think at first was important, but now I think maybe it is all fired important. He would reply to none of their questions until they had reached Mrs. Opp's. There they were lucky enough to find the parlor empty. The sailor pulled a small table toward him, swept it clear of ornament, took a pencil and scrap of paper from his pocket. The young folks gathered about him wonderingly. Ben looked up at them quizzically. You didn't find nothing today? Although his voice rose at the end as though in inquiry. It was more a statement than a question. A single negative was enough to tell the story of that day's bitter disappointment. I thought not, and the old sailor shook his head, but I think now maybe I've got the key to the mystery. Maybe I haven't, but it's worth trying anyways. The young folks waited, watching Ben intently. His excitement was beginning to strike an answering spark in them. It's something that mutineer named Joe muttered to himself only a short time before he went to meet his maker. At that time I thought he was raving. Maybe he was, but a powerful lot of truths are spoken sometimes by raving folks. An impatient movement in his tense audience spurred the old man on. It was a sort of chanty that he was singing to himself. It went like this, as near as I can remember. Oh, it's west and it's north, then it's west once again. Sail ho, my hearties, sail ho. 10 paces true from the starting point, too. Sail ho, my hearties, sail ho. That may mean something, finished the old sailor, a glint in his eye. And maybe it don't. What say, adventurers all? I say that it means everything, cried Billy breathlessly. Oh, Ben Halcombe, why didn't you think of that before? End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Key. The next day brought bitter disappointment to the treasure seekers. The rain poured down in a steady torrent. There was no doubt about it. They were doomed to remain indoors that day. All during the long hours, the chanty kept running through their heads, an insistent refrain. Oh, it's west and it's north, and it's west once again. I'll die if we can't get out soon, cried Laura desperately. All that night the rain continued and well into the forenoon of the next day. About 10 o'clock, however, the storm showed signs of breaking, and the rain gradually slowed to a drizzle. The young folks could no longer be restrained. Ben was as anxious to be off as they. Despite his still painful ankle, the old sailor insisted upon accompanying them. I told you that when we struck a real hot trail I'd be with you, even if you had to carry me on a stretcher, you reminded them. It won't be quite as bad as that, said Billy. She was abnormally gay. She wanted to sing and shout at the top of her voice. But all the time something within warned her that she must not let her imagination run away with her again, that she must keep a tight grip upon herself and try not to be too disappointed if the new fascinating clue failed. But it won't, it can't, she told herself fiercely. That would be too cruel. Today I refuse to think of failure. To their surprise and dismay, they found, upon reaching the supposed site of the treasure, that others had visited the place, and recently. Fresh footprints were sufficient evidence. But there was more. They've been digging, too, cried Vi. Just the same, said the old sailor, sweeping the scene with an experienced eye. I'll be willing to bet my 7-league boots they've been looking where the treasure ain't. Cheered by this prophecy, though not entirely reassured by it, the young folks began measuring paces from the original starting point, as indicated in the mutineer's chanty. 10 paces west, 10 paces north, 10 paces west again, said Billy. There, that brings us out here. Somebody mark the place, quick. The place was marked. Once more the digging commenced. They worked with certainty now, sure that this clue would not fail them. Still, no treasure appeared. They rested, looked at each other questioningly, dubiously. Chet went over to the small rock that had been the starting point of their investigations and examined it closely. Looks to me as though this thing had been moved, he observed. The others joined Chet and agreed that he was right. They shifted the rock to as near its original position as they could remember, and once more patiently paced out the possible side of the treasure. They worked at high pressure now, and Ben watched them, lips tightened grimly, brow furrowed. It was as though they raced with disappointment, trying to outrun the fear of failure. They had failed so often. We won't fail again, they cried to themselves. We won't. We won't. The storm had definitely cleared. The sun was breaking through the clouds overhead. A clear, fresh breeze blew from the west. There was no sound now but the sound of heavy breathing, the scuff of spades, the sound of the surf as it broke against the rocks. Suddenly Billy stopped. There was an odd look on her face, a look so odd that the others all paused in their work to gaze at her. She seemed to be having difficulty with her breath. There's something under here, she gasped excitedly. Something hard. I felt it. They could not believe it, even then. They got down on their knees and dug with their bare hands. They pushed back the sand, pushed it back. Ah! It was a long, shuddering sigh, soft yet fiercely exultant. They had uncovered the edge of something dark, something that gleamed dully in the sun. "A chest!" cried Laura. "A chest! A chest!" The others echoed as though they must say it over and over again to make sure of the marvelous fact. It was buried deep, but the young folks and Ben, yes, old Ben, in spite of the pain in his ankle, worked now with no thought of weariness. Pulling, tugging, grunting, they drew it out at last upon the sand. "The lock's broken," cried Teddy. At the last moment a horrible doubt assailed them. Suppose, after all, the chest should prove to be empty. They were about to fling open the lid when Ben Halcombe fell to his knees beside the chest, stretching his arms over it. "Wait," he commanded. "First make sure there is no one near." They scattered about, searching for possible spies, but found none. Only when he was sure that they were safe from observation would the old sailor give his permission to the opening of the chest. Slowly, they drew back the lid. The chest was lined with some sort of waterproof material. Billy and Chet drew this aside. Beneath it lay the golden loot from the good ship Marlin. There were silks and velvets so rich in texture that one's fingers seemed to sink into them. There were tiny jewel chests in ivory, exquisitely carved by a master's hand. There were gold coins and a handful of gems whose value they could only guess. "There you are," said Billy softly. "There you are, Mr. Ben Halcombe." "Whoopee!" cried Chet. "Who said that there was no treasure on this point?" "There'll be a tidy little sum for each of us when all this is sold," said Teddy soberly. Billy, who was quite close to Ben Halcombe, saw him brush his hand across his eyes, saw his leathery old face suddenly break into a mass of tiny, criss-cross wrinkles. "Mary," she heard him mutter, "Mary, it's all right. You won't have to worry any more. Ever." Billy turned away, feeling that she had heard words not meant for any ears but Mary's. There was great excitement at Treasure Cove. A treasure had been dug up, an actual treasure. The word spread like wildfire, and for the next 24 hours the girls and boys and Ben Halcombe found themselves the center of intense and rather envious public regard. People came to look at the treasure and to marvel at it, to finger the rich velvets and guess at the value of the jewels. All this publicity caused the treasure hunters considerable uneasiness. "We'd better get away with our treasure before someone takes it from us," Laura said. The three girls were in their room at Mrs. Opp's boarding house. Laura and Vi were eating chocolates and discussing that ever-fascinating topic, the success of their treasure hunt. Billy was at the table with two maps spread out in front of her. They were the maps of the point, the maps that had failed to indicate correctly the exact spot at which the treasure had been buried. These bits of paper still puzzled Billy. She felt that there was something not quite right about them. "The boys are planning to take the early morning train tomorrow back to the city," said Vi. "Ben is going with us to help dispose of the treasure and collect a share of the proceeds," added Laura. "I don't blame him a bit. For all he knows, we might try to run away with the whole thing. Girls," Billy beckoned to them, and they got up rather reluctantly to come and look over her shoulder. "What's the use of studying the old map when we've already got the treasure?" demanded Laura. "Look," Billy pointed to the lines on the treasure map, the lines that had been of so little use to them. "There is a mark here joining two others that has either been intentionally half erased or is so light that it can scarcely be seen. Look, do you see it?" "Just barely, and that's all," Laura acknowledged. "This is Ben's map, the original one," Billy pointed out. "You see, in copying the map, we never traced that faint line at all. We couldn't see it." "Well, but Billy, I don't see—" "Wait a minute," Billy interrupted. "Let me make the line stronger." She traced it with a pencil, then began to hum the sailor's chanty. Oh, it's west, and it's north, and it's west once again. Sail ho, my hearties, sail ho. 10 paces true from the starting point, too. Sail ho, my hearties, sail ho. What on earth? Began Vi. Wait, cried Laura. Don't you see what Billy means, Vi? With this line traced in, the map really means something. 10 paces west from the starting point, 10 paces north, then 10 paces west again, and there you are. Billie Bradley, you are a child wonder. As a sleuth, she has no equal, added Vi, marveling. Imagine her working that out. Billy laughed and placed her hands palm downward on the maps. What are we going to do with these? She asked. Ben Halcombe says he had no use for his. We'll keep them, Vi declared. Laura nodded eagerly. We'll keep them as long as we live, she said. As souvenirs, agreed Billie Bradley. The end of Chapter 25. The end of Billie Bradley at Treasure Cove by Janet D. Wheeler.